Hello, hello everybody. Can you hear me all right? How's everybody doing on this day? On this day, Kratos will have his vengeance. My vengeance starts now. Okay, so we're gonna be doing some very interesting yet very boring hack work over here. I'm gonna be fishing for hours and hours. We're probably not gonna finish it today, unfortunately. It is what it is. It is what it is. Um, this is gonna be me just fishing for like eternity, basically. And since this is live, there is the possibility, in fact, exists for people to chat and for me to reply back, thus creating some perhaps more entertaining background noise content thingy. Now, I did drop my headphones because there's too fucking many cables. The charging cable, the headphone cable. I had some other stuff in my hand, and I lost track of what is tied to what. I dropped my controller as well. Thankfully, my floor in this room is carpeted, because that happened to me when I was living in a room with tiles on the ground, and that was really fucking bad. Like, really fucking bad. So, I'm gonna real quick go to Twitch and check how my audio sounds. My channel. Shenmue 3 with 0 viewers. Let's go. Alright, let's hear. Alright. Reverb, 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 reverb. Okay, it just keeps going. Alright, 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 I'll stop. Let's keep going for now. So, I don't know. I was gonna make a stamina joke here. You know, the kind. But, in all seriousness though, I don't know how long I can last without, like, switching to YouTube or a live stream or something, But if I do that, then I won't be able to comment, but, like, since there's nobody watching anyway, I probably won't be watching. Okay, good. And instantly, I caught it. I don't know how much we need. I don't know. This is the really bad part. You're just kept in the dark. I have no idea if I need like 250 more fish. That's about 2 hours. Or, you know, 800 more fish. That's about 6 hours and a half, 7 hours. I think I caught, no, I for sure caught at least 100 by now. I must have. I mean, I think I definitely did get around that much, but the problem is, at the end of the day, good things don't come our way. Feeling some kind of way, I hustle every day. What the problem is that not all of it might have counted. For example, I was able to stop it there in time. Ooh. In Yawa we had that sub-story which I did not do the first time around. I caught like 20 fish. I think actually no, as far as I know that's the only thing that didn't count. So we're minus 20 fish at least. No, at the very most I would say. Actually, I don't know, but we're at least minus 20 fish. So, we can catch about 23. It's RNG because you don't always get a catch. Like you'll see sometimes I do this and I won't get a catch by the time I go zigzag because if I just go straight, I go zigzag and reel in because if I just go straight then I'll reach the shore faster and thus I'll have less time for a fish to potentially bite. It makes sense, right? Like if you're going zigzag, you will still get to where you need to go, but way slower than if you were to go just straight ahead. But anyway, this is actually the most optimal way to grind for this achievement. By the way, it's my last achievement that I'll be getting before the platinum and then the platinum. I tried to look in settings. Maybe I'll look. Maybe I'll look later when I get bored on the internet to see if it's possible. Or in a break, because we won't get the achievement now. To at least capture, I know it's like kind of unsatisfying when you don't see the achievements I'm getting, but there's nothing I can do about it if I can't get the PlayStation to record them. They do appear on recordings on clips, but live streaming is different. I don't know how to do it. And I don't have a PC, nor do I have a capture card, which is really bad. And I know it's not like super hard to get it. Okay, first dud of the day. And it's possible, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what laptop to get because I can't afford a desktop. But like, even a decent laptop is way more than the PS5 and I could barely afford the PS5. And if I spend like let's say $700, which I don't have in the first place, on a like decent, semi-decent laptop, that's like not even a super, like a semi-decent laptop, then like I will definitely not be able to get like at least a $2,000 without the monitor and the keyboard and everything decent desktop for like a little too long of a time. And then like at the same time I mostly want to get a capture card for recording older consoles like PS3, 360, PS2, Wii, and all that stuff. But then there's another problem because newer ones don't have 480i capturing capabilities, and I don't want to use a RetroThink and all that crap upscaler because I like the retro look of it. Plus, I don't have enough money for them because they cost a shit ton of money. Plus, I invested time, money, and space on a CRT, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna use a HDMI and upscaler right now after all that crap because I like the look of this CRT. I tried to get like one on eBay, used. That was open box. It was going on. Unfortunately, it was not a make off or buy now. It was a bidding thingy, and that is generally bad for people that are living in a place like I do, because if you're living in fucking America, you can bid like, I don't know, $5 for something, like $10 for something and have $5 shipping. But if I bid, I don't know, $10, $15 on something, I gotta pay $30 for shipping and probably $11 more, or $11 to $15 more for taxes and import. And so I just lost the auction because it wasn't worth it at that point. That dude was probably from the US, he didn't give a crap. That's just how life is. Unfair and wicked and a piece of shit. The auction got to about $50, and I was like, bro, this is an old ass capture card from 2012. I can't even use it on modern consoles to stream at 1080p 60 FPS. But like, whatever. I don't even have like the laptop that I have right now. That's why I keep saying I don't have a PC because I don't have a desktop and I don't even have a laptop. It's basically a tablet with a keyboard and Windows 10 on it. That's what it is. It's super slow. It's super bad. It's super bad quality. It's not even new. I have it used for my dad. He used it for a while. I don't even have, like, I keep having Windows problems because it has so little space on it. Windows can't update, and it's like, it's just miserable using this PC, this laptop, this tablet with Windows 10 on it. The only reason why I am still keeping it because I need a device with Windows on it. I can't do everything on my phone, which by the way, I do about like 99% of stuff, 98% of stuff on my phone as it is. The only reason I keep it is to use some programs that require Windows and CC plus scripting and all, and whatever other bullshit like that. Like, downloading ROMs and using programs to uh, convert ISO files to folders and all that crap for like older modded consoles. Or programs to convert videos. What's the place to play? What's the height there, Peter? Welcome back. I think you've been to the stream before. The best place to fish is the one I'm fishing at right now. I'm getting the last achievement, and after that I'll get the platinum. It's get 1,000 fish. This is the best place to fish in the village, in the Bilo village. You get it from a sub-story. It is missable if when you help that little boy, he asks you. Well, one of them. He asks you, do you want a rare gacha or a secret fishing spot? And despite the fact that you could just literally walk up to it and fish, the game won't allow you unless he tells you about it. So this is the one. Because when you catch a fish, it takes almost no time to reel it in. That's why it's the best one. So anyway, as I was saying, I need a capture card to record on older consoles, which sucks because there's a lot of games I want to play and a lot of them that I played before, and there's just a hiatus on my channel because I can't record anything. Sucks to suck, man. I don't really know what to do about it. Like, do I spend a lot of money on a new capture card that I won't be able to use on older consoles? And even if I do spend that much money, which I don't really have, but I could try to, save for it. I mean, I do have the money, but I don't know if like it's worth it, since if it lags or if it's choppy or if it doesn't even record on my shitty ass laptop in the first place, I don't know what I'll do. I'm gonna have to get I mean, I won't be able to use it. I'm gonna have to get something better, Like, I tried to record something on OBS, and one time it only recorded the audio, which was fine, because I was doing a voiceover for one of my videos. But another time, I recorded, for 2 hours. Was it 3 hours? No, it couldn't have been. It was 2 hours. I was recording a Hitman tier list video, ranking literally all the maps and all the games, all the 8 games. Or actually, I think there's 10 games. There's 2 side games. And then when I hit stop recording, it just froze. It sat there for literally 40 minutes. And then I had to close the computer because I had to go to sleep. And then, obviously, when I booted it back up, nothing saved. And that was fucking... I'm sorry for swearing, but that was just crushing. So I'm not trusting this shitty-ass laptop anymore. I'm not recording anything on it. It's tough, man. What can I say? Maybe it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things. I mean, there's... these are kind of considered first world problems, even though I don't live in the first world. But, I mean, I want to, take this seriously. I kind of want to make it my job. You feel me? Hey, thanks. Thanks for the, empathy. But I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll keep browsing eBay for a used capture card. And if I can get it for cheap and I can get an older one because they don't produce them anymore. Um, you also want a capture card too? I see. I guess most people who want to get into it and just have a console are in this sort of situation. Yeah, it's not that hard to get it as long as you have the newer ones. Yeah, they're expensive, but as long as you have good enough hardware, I think it's worth it. Problem is, I don't have the hardware either, so if I get something, I gotta get something cheaper in case it doesn't work with what I have because it's too weak. Then I won't be, forced to get something better. So I could just use the older one for the time being. But as I've said before, I don't know if you were on the live when I was saying that. I tried to bid for something on an eBay auction for an older one. I think it was Elgato HD Gaming from like 2012. It was open box as well, but because of where I live and the shipping and the taxes and everything, and probably the other dude who was bidding was from the US. I couldn't afford to bet it because that thing wasn't worth more than like 50 bucks, and it got to like 55 bucks. That was my max bid, and he bid over it, and I was like, it's not worth it at this point because I have to pay like 30 more bucks in shipping and like 11 more bucks in taxes. It comes up to like almost 100 bucks, and for that I could just get a newer one. But if I get a newer one, I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining too much, but literally, if I get a newer one, I won't be able to record older consoles, which is one of the main reasons I want a capture card. Because with the newer ones, you can live stream like I'm doing, and then just export the VOD from Twitch to YouTube. That's how I upload videos on YouTube at the moment. And if I need to edit them, I edit them on my phone. But with older consoles, you can't do that because you just can't, especially with the PS3, which blocks capture cards. You need an HDMI splitter for that. I wanted to record some games on my PS2, my Wii, 360. For example, I wanted to play some Resident Evil Revelations, some Silent Hill Homecoming. I wanted to play God of War Ascension and record it because I'm gonna play them regardless. This brings me back to like the early 2000s. At the very worst case scenario, what I could do is set up my tripod that I use for unboxing videos and just kind of record it with my phone, record the screen, but the audio is going to be garbage. I mean, yeah, that's what I could do if I really, really wanted to. Oh, come on, I was just about to catch it. You want to do that too? Yeah, I mean, it's literally the easiest and cheapest solution if you like just can't stand not being able to create anything, to do anything about it. Like you desperately want to record your stuff, but like the alternative is either too expensive or too complicated, or like it will take time to get all these pieces to record, and you just don't want to waste time. Look at all the fish we caught. But I got so many games on my GameCube, PS1, PS2, and GameCube games that I want to stream. I feel you, man. I feel you. That is exactly what I'm thinking. See, GameCube too much? Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Should I bother counting the fish? I mean, when we'll get the achievement, we'll get the achievement. Okay. So now it's gonna teleport me back. I'm gonna pause for a little bit. I mean, I'll probably have to stop the live stream if that happens, but we'll see. I want to see if there's a way to record the achievements popping up because I want the platinum to show. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it real quick. PS5 trophy capture on live stream. Okay, from the home screen and select settings, captures, and broadcast, select auto captures, trophies. But I don't want to. That's a different thing though for clips. So somebody says, yeah, that's by design. The only way to capture trophies popping is to use an external capture card like an Elgato. Unfortunately, that won't be able to capture anything you've already earned. Damn. Okay. Well, I'll just keep telling you guys, hi Shenhua. Uh, whatever I get, whenever I get. Work got busy. Lurk, lurk. Oh, you're the Spanish translator, right? Isn't that what you do, or am I confused again for somebody else? Man, I love the OSTs in this game, and all Shenmue games, really. They just add so much to the game. Okay. Hi. Okay, so we can keep fishing up until like 5 p.m.-ish, 4 something p.m. So we can average about 50 fish per day, which is not that bad, considering how slow it is. But, oh wait, I missed the pond. But yeah, this will take us a few hours. I would be surprised if we can unlock the achievement today. I would be surprised. If you're wondering what I'm humming here, is it's the I don't know what it's called, but it's a song from God of War 2 and 3. Something that Sparta. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, it plays in the beginning of God of War 2, and when you fight went to our perfect, but the three sheesh. Hi, senpai, senap. Um, 1 and 2, 3 is okay. I mean, it's not on the same level as 1 and 2, like I said in my review of the game when I finished my first playthrough. But I think instead of moving the story forward, it kind of acts as a training arc for Ryo, you know? I think that's how it was envisioned, but I do get people's disappointment waiting like 18 years for the game, and some people even spending like hundreds or thousands of dollars backing it, and then it's a bit underwhelming and disappointing at times. I get it, but that's how Yu Suzuki envisioned it. Yeah, 3, the good, but they added the stamina. Yeah, the stamina element is kind of annoying, I'll give you that one. Like, if you don't have a fully upgraded stamina bar, then it gets really annoying, especially in Yabu, where you're running around the place all over, from A to B. And if I remember correctly, that thing did not exist in the first 2 games. It kind of seems like one of those older mechanics from older games that doesn't really have that much of a place in newer games. And I would have excused it if they wanted to preserve like the original Shenmue spirit and carry it from the first 2 games. But from what I remember, it did not exist in the first 2 games. So I don't know why they bothered adding it now, of all times. Maybe it was like a, but I doubt it. Maybe it was like a, what you call it, Kickstarter goal. But yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. What was I humming before was that fish was heading for the hook. Was an OST from God of War 2 and 3. It plays when you fight Hercules. I was watching some God of War gameplay. Actually, it was a challenge run. And it got stuck in my head. It's a really good OST. It pumps you up. I sometimes use it for my training. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. You like the environment of this game, but the script of video not changing the way he answer. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like I've never played the games with the English dub. I just saw the memes on YouTube. But yeah, if you mean like it feels like the dub should have gotten better, it pretty much feels like a dub that would have come out if Shenmue 3 came out in like 2003 or something. Is that what you mean? Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess they just wanted to get the same actors, which that's valid. Yeah, you mean that? Okay. Um, but like, I think they went a little bit too much with the nostalgia over there. Like, there's some things you can keep for, preserving the Shenmue DNA. Like some stuff you can update a little bit. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I get some people maybe wanting to play the English dub. I don't know. Maybe for some people it's more accessible who can't really read subtitles as well or whatnot. But like, you're doing yourself uh, what is it called? A disfavor. You're doing yourself wrong if you're playing it with the English dub. It's just so much better with the Japanese dub. And these days you actually have a choice. Back in the day, to preserve space on the disc, allegedly, that was the main reason. They only included the specific dub for the region it came out in. My zigzag technique works 9 times out of 10. Oh, that was so close. I instantly pulled it out. That's what he said. Okay. We should get around 50 fish per day. I think I already have about... I must have like at least close to 100 by now. 900 more to go. It's gonna take a few more hours. I don't know whose idea was to put like such tedious achievements. I've talked about this before. Like the token one or the get all the herbs one. Yet there's no achievement for beating every student in every Kung Fu school. Or I don't know. Uh, I don't know. Talking to like 100 people or something like that. Like stuff that you would actually do naturally and serves, as a reward for like the Shenmue style gameplay. And yet you have like 3 achievements for collecting all herbs, like one for Niao, one for the village, and one for overall. You have one for getting 500,000 tokens at gambling. I mean, say what you will, yeah, gambling is a big part of Shenmue because it exists in all 3 games. But like, come on, bro, 500,000 tokens. It's RNG, it's gambling after all. It's gonna take forever. And the gacha one is just insufferable. It's a tedious platinum. The only reason I'm getting it is because it's Shenmue and it's my favorite series. That's it. I usually don't go for platinums unless they're easy or I really like the game, or 100% as well if I'm on Xbox or some other platform. But yeah, I really forced myself to do this for Shenmue. Like, really forced myself. I'm like 100 hours in. And I finished this story at around like 40 hours, 50 hours. I'm playing on PS5 right now. It's the well, yeah, Shenmue 4 doesn't have a PS4, sorry, a PS5 version, so I'm playing the PS4 disc on a PS5, and I'm recording it through software, not a capture card, because I don't have a PC, unfortunately. I'm trying. I was just before you joined. I was just talking about trying to get a capture card and a decent enough laptop or a PC. I'm using Twitch to record on their servers, pretty much like through software, and then I'm exporting the VOD on my YouTube channel. That's how I quote-unquote record. And if I need to edit something out, I just download the whole thing on my phone. Good thing I have 1 terabyte storage, but that's gonna run out eventually. And then I just edit it with a free app on my phone. But I use YouTube as storage. Unfortunately, I don't have like 16 terabytes to store all my VODs and videos. Because one video at 1080p 60 FPS, that's like 6 hours, like 8 gigabytes. One is like 4K for like 6 hours, like 50 gigabytes. And that's just one video. Imagine, I have currently about 100 something videos on my channel. That's heavy, yep. I mean, you know, storage has gotten cheaper, but still. An HDD that's like, I was looking around, you know, just to kind of grasp the prices for the future, for my future plans. How much like a 15, 16 terabyte HDD is, and it's about as expensive like as a 2 terabyte SSD. It's like 200, 300, $500 come around around that price range. I got a catfish. I got catfished. It's not like I made that joke before. Did you play this game before? I'm assuming you did, since you were talking about it. Did you play it on PC or PS4 or 5? You did? Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that one. I'm curious, were you a backer? Both PS4, 5, and PC? Really? So you have like 2 copies of it? I didn't even know about I should have been more informed, to be honest with you. I didn't even know about the Kickstarter campaign for Shenmue 3. Digital on PS. Okay. Um, I maybe would have donated as well, although I couldn't have afforded to donate more than like, you know, let's say a AA game price, like 30, 35, 50 bucks. There were some people who donated 2,000 bucks. That's crazy. You hope they make part 4? I hope as well, to be honest with you, because there's a really good video on YouTube. I recommend you watch it if you haven't seen it before, from like an underrated channel. It's called Optic Lure on YouTube. I don't remember what the video is called, but it's the only Shenmue video on the channel. The channel is called Optic Lure, and it's so well put together. That channel is like 30,000 subscribers, but it has such good videos. And he talks about like the whole history of Shenmue and how Yu Suzuki envisioned it in like I think 17 parts, 17 or 12 parts if I'm not mistaken. And Shenmue 3 was supposed to be like some sort of, you know, transition phase between 2 big arcs, like the Hong Kong arc and the Japan arc. And 4 would have covered like 40% of the story. If they make a fourth one, it still would not be the end, according to Suzuki's plans, which is crazy considering how old he is and how hard these games come out because of how niche they are. And three, while it sold, apparently three sold better than one and two, if you can believe that. Apparently, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've read. It's still underperformed, and one and two were better than three. So I don't know what that tells you. I don't know what's the takeaway from that. Suzuki said he wanted 3 to be for the fans, and I really can feel that they accomplished that. This gives me Shenmue 1 and 2 vibes. This gives me Sega Dreamcast early 2000s vibes, but with a little bit of, Unreal Engine and modern stuff. However, I'm afraid that if I really want to see this franchise come to an end, like the story come to an end. I really want to see, everything there is for the story, but I'm afraid that won't be able to happen unless two things happen. Either of two things. Number one, which is both of them are big compromises, but it is what it is. Number one is he kind of gives up on his initial vision of the story, which it would be a real shame because this is so cool. It's probably the greatest martial arts video game story ever told. And kind of end the story with the next game if he ever gets to make the next game, or at the very most, but I don't even see it happening within 2 games. Either that, or he kind of not completely, but okay, that's it for this fishing session for today. He kind of overhauls the whole gameplay while still keeping some original aspects so that it sells better, it appeals, it gets a new audience, because right now Shenmue has a cult following, but it's like that YouTube channel who has it can't really get past 100,000 subscribers, because while the subscribers do keep coming back to see the videos, they don't really appeal to a wider audience, so you just never grow. And unfortunately, that's the climate of video games, especially these days. If you're not making money, then you're not making sequels. And that's just the truth. So he either revitalizes the gameplay, which I love the original Shenmue gameplay, and I don't want it to change too much. I do want it to change in a way of quality of life changes for more modern audiences, but still retain the heart of the original gameplay. But at the same time, I do want to see the story end eventually, and for that, something has to give. Either the story, which I would prefer it didn't happen, or the gameplay. Something has to give, because unfortunately for you, Suzuki, it just doesn't work anymore, man. It's not like it used to be in the late 90s, early 2000s, where arcades were still going strong, where, if you don't know a lot about this man, he did a lot of great things for the gaming industry. He's considered the grandfather of 3D gaming. Virtua Fighter 1 was, I think, either the first or one of the first 3D video games ever created. And it was made by him. Here I am drawing other people to other people's YouTube channels when I desperately need eyeballs on mine. But that video is so good, man. It's so good I can't not recommend it to a Shenmue fan. So yeah, part of why Shenmue 2 came out within like 1 year from Shenmue 1, unlike 3, which took 18 years. I have the Slim PS5. Some people have the Pro. In my opinion, if you already own a PS5, getting the Pro, unless you're some sort of YouTuber who will make the money back, or successful YouTuber, that is, because I am a YouTuber, but I don't make any money, or are just rich, the Pro's not worth it. But anyway, going back to Shenmue 2. Part of the reason why it came so quick after Shenmue 1 was because the deal with Sega was for, I think, 2 games, and part of the budget that went for Shenmue 1 also went for Shenmue 2. That's why at the time it was the most expensive video game and for development funds. It was a world record. And they already invested money in it, and they already started building Shenmue 2, and that's why we got Shenmue 2 afterwards. And it was really good and improved on a lot of things, but I still love both of them almost equally because they both have unique stuff that the other one doesn't have. But after that, unfortunately, you know, Sega didn't want to continue, and then Yu Suzuki kind of like didn't have a choice because he wasn't. I don't know actually. You do need a partner. Like you need so much money goes into making like a decent, you know, let's say not indie level game because Shenmue is anything but at this point. Although even though 3 kind of feels like an indie game and mostly it is. I mean, it's a Kickstarter game. But yeah, it's been 5 years. God damn, bro. 5 years. 2019 was 5 years ago. No, it wasn't like 1 or 2 years ago. I know what some people might feel. I definitely feel that way. It was 5 years ago since this game came out. I just can't believe it. To me, it's like, oh, Shenmue 3, the most recent one. You know, like yeah, it just came out a little bit ago. No, bro, 5 years, 5 goddamn years. And you know what's even more funny? Hold on a second. I gotta make sure I pick the right one. You know what's even more funny? The fact that Shenmue originally was supposed to come out on the Saturn. It was supposed to come out on the Saturn. Shenmue 1 and 2 already pushed the limits to the max, both in terms of technical abilities of the Dreamcast, like graphics and everything, and NPC logic and routines. But also in terms of innovation and technology, while having a day-night cycle, full weather cycle, each NPC has a daily cycle. Like, Shenmue was effectively their first real open world game.
Cool.
And despite everything, it's still too good to be mainstream. Unfortunately, really unique and good things in this life never like get super popular like Call of Duty or GTA or stuff like that. They just don't, because I don't want to insult anybody. I don't want to, you know, seem like an elitist, but like your average gamer just kind of plays FIFA or Madden and each Call of Duty each year, and that's kind of it, really. And GTA at the very most, like, or like some Valorant or CS:GO or some League of Legends. That's what they do. That's what they play, or I don't know, maybe some Animal Crossing or something, or Pokemon on their Switch like once a week. That's what the average gamer is. Yeah, I'm not a fan of 2K either. It's to me, it's pretty much a scam, honestly. Like charging fucking $70, bro, 60 to 70 bucks for the same shit each year. Whatever, man. But yeah, unfortunately, Shenmue is not for everybody, and I can really understand that, and I mean that in 2 ways. One, I can really understand, like, you know, it's a bit robust, and it's not for everybody, but it's really good. But the other meaning is, you know, taste is not for everybody. You know, there's a lot of, I don't want to be like too condescending here, but you know I'm honest. There's a lot of chaff in this world, and I'll just leave it at that. Anyway, let's move on to other topics. Let's see. Okay, well, I was talking about Shenmue 1 and 2. I was saying it initially was scheduled to come out on the Saturn. There's actually videos on YouTube of early demos on Shenmue 1 running on Saturn, Sega Saturn, bro. Like stuff that came out in the 90s, like the early 90s. What else? It was, I don't know if you know this, but originally it It was designed to be the story of Ryu from Virtua Fighter. What's my PS whatever, my gamer tag? I don't really play online. You can add me. I generally don't add viewers, but I'm small enough to where like I won't be flooded with requests, so I can tell you. Hold on, I'll catch this fish and I'll tell you. But you can add me, but I don't really play online that much. I just mostly play single player games. Okay. No, I can give it to you. Hold on a second. Where is it? Um, so it's Senshi Kuni, just like my Twitch. I have like a kanji gamer pick. I think it's without spaces or underscore in. No, actually, I think it's with a space in between, without an underscore. You can add me if you want. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind, but I just don't really play multiplayer often on here. Just FYI. So, but what games do you play? I would assume apart from Shenmue, because you already played that one. Oh, that was so close to me getting it. You're not playing multiplayer too? Okay. I mean, you can still add me if you want. I'm always looking to like get, you know, like-minded, or at least like, you know, friendly players to do some to play something. I don't have a subscription either, because here's the thing, I would get it, but there are two big problems. Number one, they actually upped the price, like from like I think it was 60, they put it like to like 80, like they upped the price by either 10 or $20, which is absolutely fucking insane to me, because apparently because of inflation. And problem number two is I rarely play multiplayer. Now, you might make the argument it's too expensive. That's why I bought the computer. Yeah. You might make the argument that if I would have had a subscription, I would have probably, you know, felt like playing more. But the thing is, it's not worth it to pay like 70 or 80 bucks if I rarely play multiplayer. It's just gonna sit there, and I'm gonna pay like $10 each month to either not play multiplayer at all or like once or twice a week. So to me, it's just not worth it. Like if I would have played more, then even then it's kind of expensive. But I could have been like, okay, well maybe get it like on sale or something. But I just don't play often enough to warrant it, which is bad to me, because sometimes there's like a single player game that has an you know, an interesting multiplayer aspect to it, and I kind of just want to check it out to see how it is, but I won't be able to, because I'm gonna have to pay like, I either have to pay like 70 bucks or 80 bucks for 1 year, or like you have offline multiplayer because of your siblings. Oh, you mean co-op? Oh, that's nice. That brings me back to the early 2000s. But anyway, as I was saying, I'm either gonna have to pay for a whole year, which is really bad, or pay like 10 bucks just to try out a multiplayer mode for a single player game like once or twice, which is not worth it. Considering I might have paid like 20, 30 bucks for the game in the first place, so like, you know, 50% of the game's price just to try out the multiplayer once. And to think that we had free multiplayer on the Sega Dreamcast all the way back in '98, and on the PS3 as well. There were some there were some online games on PS2 as well. There was like an adapter you could get for a Ethernet cable, and the Slim later came with an Ethernet cable straight into the motherboard. But it was in its infancy. Xbox, on the other hand, fucking Xbox, even though I've, you know, I've been with Xbox more than I've been with PlayStation. Not of my own choosing. I got a 360 when I was a kid, and then I was like, okay, well, time to get a new console when the Xbox One and PS4 came out. I was like, well, I might as well just stick with Xbox, right? Well, I kind of made a mistake since the Xbox One is not that good of a console, in terms of library at least. But anyway, I digress. But the OG Xbox charged money for playing online. You used to have an OG Xbox? Yeah, I mean, the OG Xbox was the strongest console of the sixth generation, but at the same time, it also came out the last in 2001 with only a 4-year life cycle. Because the 360 came out in 2005. That's why you play Shenmue. Yeah, so the 360 came out in 2005. So it only had like a 4-year life cycle, and the Xbox One almost did not have any exclusives to it at all. Like Halo and what else? The Part 2 Shenmue OG. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, I don't have Shenmue 2 for the Xbox. I do want to get it because the inlay. Yeah, I get it. You mean the Xbox OG. The inlay, the art cover for Shenmue 2 on the Xbox is so beautiful, man. It's so beautiful. I just want to get it for my collection. I only have the Japanese copies, the Dreamcast Japanese copies for Shenmue 1 and 2, and I also have the PS4 Special Edition that comes with the soundtrack and a poster. The HD remasters, I have the Japanese version for PS4. And I also have the digital Western versions for Shenmue 1 and 2 for my Xbox One. I'm actually planning to make an unboxing video showing the Dreamcast games after I get the Platinum to commemorate it. Oh, that was so close. But yeah, this is just a fishing stream. This is literally the last main game achievement or slash trophy I need to get. And then I'll get the Platinum. It was an arduous almost 100 hours, actually a bit over 100 hours. But yeah, I gave up on getting all the achievements for the DLC. Do I play Persona games? No, but I've always wanted to get into Shin Megami Tensei / Persona. Thing is, I didn't really have a PS3 or a PlayStation for a long time. I only had a PSP and an Xbox 360 and then a One. So I never really got to play them. I know some of them are on 360 if I'm not mistaken, although I may be mistaken. But the thing is, I don't really like turn-based RPGs. They're just not my thing. But I do want to try out like the older ones someday. It is on my backlog that's growing each day, like over 100 games at this point. But it's not too priority for me. But I do want to try it. I heard a lot of good things about it. I did play Yakuza 7, but you know, I only did that because Yakuza is my second favorite series. And because most of the Yakuza games are beat 'em up fighting games, not turn-based. But yeah. I did play a game that had one of the characters from the Persona games as an Easter egg. It was called Catherine. I didn't play the updated version that was called Full Body. I played the original one on the 360 called just Catherine. It's that sort of anime style platforming puzzle game with some horror vibes to it as well. I enjoy it. I actually even live streamed it. Unfortunately, I at that time I didn't keep an archive of my live streams, so there's no footage of me playing it on the internet anymore. But yeah, it was like 4 or 5 years ago. Have I heard of Phantom Blade? I have heard of Phantom Blade Zero. I've heard the name, but I'm not sure what it is. Can you tell me more about it? Is it like a newer game that came out? It kind of sounds cyberpunkish to me. Phantom Blade Zero. I've heard the name before, but I'm not sure what game it is. What sort of game it is. Ah, I almost got the fish there. I hate when that happens. Like I get the spawn right as I'm nearing the. It's a Souls-like. Okay. I actually really got into the FromSoft Souls games last year. I played Demon Souls, the original one on the PS3. The remake is not worth it for me. It's more of a demake if you ask me. And then I played all of them in a row. Well, actually I took a little bit of a break in between them, but I played Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 after Demon Souls. I played Sekiro before that in like 2019. Rise of the Ronin. I haven't played Rise of the Ronin. I do have the game. I do. Again, my backlog is really big. I do have the game bought physically. I have a physical copy of Rise of the Ronin. I'm excited to play it, but right now, it's sitting on my shelf. I'm planning to play Bloodborne after this to kind of finish. Same. I do have so many backlog. Yeah, it's a real thing. I plan to play Bloodborne after I get the platinum for Shenmue 3, and I'll live stream that. I have some Neo videos on my channel. I still have to edit a bunch of them. I have like 30 more videos sitting in private on my YouTube channel because I just didn't get around to editing them. I have them recorded from like July this year, and I haven't gotten around to uploading them. I have uploaded some. It's not a playthrough because I just didn't record it. I just recorded clips. It's just me doing all the main story bosses and the DLC bosses, and then some really hard encounters and side missions. That's it. If you haven't heard about it, it's a Souls-like game, but more Japanese style, and the combat is very different from Dark Souls. It's more focused on combos, and like there's a way bigger variety in movements, and you have a lot of techniques. I just bought the Spider-Man 2, Kenna, The Bridge of Spirits Strain, and PS5. I have no time to play because busy at work. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I feel you. To me, it's not exactly the fact that I don't have time. I do have time to play because at the moment I'm trying to, you know, make a job out of YouTubing or out of acting or some sort of like creative job. Um, but it's just that I can. I sometimes I can, but most of the time I can just play for 6, 8 hours each day like I used to when I was younger. I don't want to do it that every day. Sometimes I do want to, have a day where I play for 8 hours. But I both don't want to and can't health-wise anymore. And you're kind of forced to do that, which I don't like if you want to like quickly get, to the other games in your backlog. And the problem is, and I've made my peace with it because you can't play all video games in existence. The problem is that the backlog keeps increasing. So like, you get to a certain game, but by the time you get to it, other new ones come out, or like you discover some older classic games, older gems on PS2, for example, let's say, or GameCube. I don't have a GameCube, but I have a original Wii that has GameCube hardware in it. I wanted to play some Luigi's Mansion for Halloween, but instead I opted to play Fatal Frame 3. I wanted to finish the original 3 games because I played Fatal Frame 1 and 2 like 2 years ago. I played 2 for Halloween 2023 and 1 for Halloween 2022. What am I doing? I gotta go run again. I can do 2 sessions per day. Do you like horror games? This way. You have a GameCube as well? Yeah, I do remember you mentioning that. I mean, I don't have one as well. I have a Wii that can't play GameCube games, but yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
いらっしゃい。よし。さ
Sumimasen, irasai. Sup? Give me the most expensive one.
あ、これを。はい。たくさん。
Shenhua's waiting for me here. Resident Evil Zero, the first game, the first horror game you played on GameCube. Yeah, I heard. I know another person. Well, not personally. It's a YouTuber that also started with Resident Evil Zero. What do you think about it? I'm curious because personally, I didn't really like Zero. Honestly, I think one of my least favorite Resident Evil games that I've played. I mean, I would still play Resident Evil Zero over Umbrella Corps or some other stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't really like it that much. That being said, I still liked Zero more than Code Veronica. Code Veronica was really rough. It's good to me because I was young when I played it. Yeah, I get what you were saying. That does tend to happen when you're young. You just kind of enjoy the game and you don't really have that, high standards, or don't really like know what makes like a good game or not. But there's nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, it only matters if you enjoy the game or not. That's what matters. Don't let anybody else take that away from you. But yeah, to me it was rough. I actually liked the Resident Evil 1 remake a lot. Because the GameCube graphics are so good. They were good, yeah. You know something? I've said this before. I was surprised to hear until, a few months ago, or like a year ago, I did not know that the GameCube was technically slightly more powerful than the PS2. I always thought that the PS2 was the second most powerful console behind the OG Xbox. But no, the GameCube is a bit more powerful than the PS2. And I guess I remember the PS2 being more powerful because it was just more popular. And it had way more dev support. And because they had dev support, it had a lot of exclusives, and when you develop something exclusively for a console, you get the most performance you can out of it because it's developed specifically for that console's architecture. And so you had like super good looking games like Final Fantasy X or like God of War 2 or what else? Like Vice City Stories, San Andreas, stuff like that. I am familiar with the Tenchu series. I have only played the first game on my PSP. I emulated it, the PS1 version. But I loved it so much. I especially like the intro. Do 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 do. Ding 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 ding. I love that intro. I should play the other games. They are again in my backlog. I'm waiting to play them. I actually played Tenchu 1 like a few months ago in like September or August. I think it was like September when I played it. I was surprised I was surprised of all the nice stealth mechanics, and for the time, for 1998, all the stealth mechanics it had. It was ahead of its time. I mean, there were also a bunch of like really, I don't know, annoying things. Like for example, the controls were like tank controls that were kind of annoying, but I got used to them eventually. And the camera was also really annoying when you were stealthing. Also, the game never tells you outright what what like the controls are. There's just like a training level for the first game, and they kind of drop you in, and they'll tell you that you can sprint but behind enemies and cut their throat. I always like not always for like yeah, no tutorial. I thought for like the first few levels, I thought that you had to slowly crouch walk behind enemies to slit their throat, but you can sprint behind them because they don't hear your footsteps in that game. But I liked it. Who did you play as? Did you play as what was her name? I forget her name. Did you play as the girl or the man? I played as the girl. Was Kirie her name? I don't remember. The girl with the two daggers. Ayane. Yeah, Ayane, just like the girl from Dead or Alive. Ayane, and the other dude was like something with Maru at the end, I think. Ayame, okay, Ayame, with an M. They are similar though, like it's just one letter that's different. Ayame. Maybe they didn't want to give her the same name as the girl from Dead or Alive. That's why they changed N with an M. Dead or Alive counterpart of Tekken, if I'm wrong. Dead or Alive is another arcade fighting game from the 90s that had multiple sequels. It's mostly known for its jiggle physics and its like over-the-top fan service, and also the counter system. I mostly play. Okay, I'm gonna acknowledge it here. I'm gonna be honest. I mostly played the beach volleyball games, but I did play Dead or Alive 1, 2, 3, and 4, the classical ones. Ninja Gaiden, I heard good things about Ninja Gaiden. It's made by the same people that made Dead or Alive. Tecmo, I think. Or Team Ninja. No, I think it was Team Ninja. Tecmo is the publisher, I think. I did not play it though. It's in my backlog. I want to play Ninja Gaiden. I heard there's multiple versions of 1 and 2. There's like Sigma or like Black. I don't know which one is the best. I did know at some point, but I forgot. I'm gonna have to look it up whenever I wanna get around to playing them. Have you played the Ninja Gaiden games? I heard they're really difficult. Like, they're basically the Dark Souls of action games. Just the first one. Actually, I don't know how Ninja Gaiden came to be, because I know one of, or like Ryu Hayabusa himself. He's a character in Dead or Alive. So I guess they kind of, I don't know, wanted to make like a spin-off with him, just like they tried to do with Nina from Tekken, because she has her. Yeah, he is. They tried to make like a Nina game called Death by Degrees on the PS2. I remember that one. It's a nice game, but it kind of clunky. And apparently it really paid off, and they made like two and three. I don't know if there's a fourth one. Yeah, but I can't wait to play it. I'm gonna play it on my Xbox 360. But like, I really want to record it, and I don't have a capture card. Damn it! I don't know what to do. I'll either find a way, because it's at the end of the day it's not that hard, but still it's kind of really inconvenient. I'll either find a way to make like a serviceable setup by then, or I'll just record the screen with my phone, which is gonna be garbage, but like at least there's something. Capture cards are extra expensive. Yeah, the newer ones, but like I don't care about. I can always upgrade. I don't care about 4K and all that crap. I just want one that will record at 1080p, 30 and 60 FPS, and also is able to record 480i and 480p for the older consoles. Like I want a capture card that can record 480i, 480p. Depends on the brand. Yeah, that's also true. I mean, I've mostly seen people just get Elgatos, and so that's what I want to go with. But yeah, the newer ones, my problem with the newer ones is that they don't record 480p or 480i, and I need that for older consoles. So I'm either gonna have to buy. So many people always prefer Delgado. That is Rico Delgado. That's a thing. That's a quote from the Hitman games, from Hitman 2. Yeah, I saw YouTubers prefer Elgato because it's good, I guess. It's like a good brand. But that doesn't mean it's the only good alternative, I would like to think. Although I'm not too knowledgeable on capture cards. Elgato, yep, I figured it. You wanted to say that. Did you play any of the Dark Souls games? Bloodborne? I wanted to play Bloodborne right after this game. So no spoilers, please. I can't wait to see, like, cause people have been hyping it up, but like, it's different from Dark Souls and Sekiro. And Elder Ring is like something different, so I'm curious to see how it is. Because I did not have a PS4. Your first game was Bloodborne, second Elden Ring. My first was Sekiro. Because actually at the time I really didn't like those like hyper difficult games. I didn't like them because I also was younger and not like, I mean, I was good at video games, but I just like I didn't like the difficulty of these games. I just didn't enjoy it. But like I saw Sekiro and I'm a big fan of Japanese culture and whatnot. And I was like, okay, I gotta get this game. And only later, when I actually got the game, I learned that it was from Software, the people who you never played Sekiro. the people who made the Dark Souls games are like, oh shit, it's one of those hard ones. Whatever, I'll play it. And I enjoyed it, although I did rage quite a bit. I raged a lot. But let me tell you something. Ever since I played Sekiro and all those Dark Souls games and Nioh and all the other hard games, my skill has grown by a lot. Like right now, whenever there's a challenge in a video game, it's like 10 times easier than it used to be before I played those games. Like my mentality has changed on what like is and what isn't difficult in a video game. My perseverance has improved by a lot. So I don't regret playing these games. They're good. Although like these super, try hard games will never be a 10 out of 10 for me. It's just not exactly what I enjoy, but I do enjoy a huge chunk of them. So I rated most of them from like a 7 to a 9 out of 10, depending on the game. So I did enjoy them. My least favorite though was Dark Souls 2. It's still a good game. I don't know if you said you didn't play it. I really enjoyed. There's a mechanic in that game called bonfire ascetics, which basically puts when you burn that item at a bonfire, it puts that whole area into New Game Plus and makes enemies stronger, and it respawns the boss. Right now, I play Ghost Recon Breakpoint and Delta Force. I heard Ghost Recon Breakpoint is kind of trash. Like that's what I heard. It's kind of like online only. I played Ghost Recon Wildlands, and I liked that one a lot. But I haven't played anything that was from Tom Clancy. Yeah, I'm right? Yeah? Okay, good to know. I haven't played anything that was from Tom Clancy in a while. Wildlands is better, yep. I played that game a lot. I enjoyed the open world and like the fact that you can tackle the regions in pretty much any order you want. What I did not enjoy though was that you were forced to pretty much like grind all the regions and do some tasks so that you can unlock the final showdown with the boss of that region, so you can finish the game. I actually dropped that game for a long time, and then later I came back and finished it because like I just got bored of doing region after region after region. At least they made like a nice demo video presenting the villain for each region.
Yeah, それほどでも
What I enjoyed the most was the customization of the character. You could choose like armors or goggles or like a face mask or a helmet or something like that. And the fact that you had an AI team. You didn't necessarily have to play with real people. You could if you wanted to. And I also like that you could fly planes, pilot helicopters, boats, cars. I liked the open world aspect of it, and the fact that you could choose your playstyle. Did you want to use like more silence? Yeah, you can. I know you can. The fact that you can use more a silenced approach, you can use silencers, or you could just go guns blazing. You could go at night. You could use snipers, or you could use shotguns. I like that freedom of approach. And unfortunately, Ubisoft really fucking sucks these days. I haven't played a single new Ubisoft game since Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That was the last Ubisoft game I bought. Ubiflop, yeah. Ubislop, more like. And to think that Ubisoft used to make like really good games like Watch Dogs. I enjoyed Watch Dogs despite the controversy with like the trailer they showed with different graphics. And one of my favorite games of all time, Assassin's Creed 1, 2, 3 are good. I've heard that. I never got around to playing them. I didn't play the classics. I started playing Assassin's Creed with Rogue, and then I played Syndicate. Then I played... What else? I played Origins, then I went back and played Black Flag. I played Unity, and the last one I played was Odyssey. Yeah, I enjoyed Syndicate. A lot of people complained about the combat being the same. I can kind of get that if you've been playing Assassin's Creed for a long time at that point, but I enjoyed the London open world aspect of it. And I really liked The fact that you can customize, get a different gauntlet, get a different cape, and all that stuff. And the stealth missions were nice. Like once I think you had to infiltrate the Buckingham Palace. And I also like the fight clubs, like the melee fight clubs, especially as a martial artist. I really like that aspect of that game. But I have not played that in a long time. I haven't played it since like 2016. When you really think about it, 2016 was like 8 years ago, dude. It was like 8 years ago. Jesus Christ. Bro, the PS2 and GameCube are like 23, 22 years old. The PS3 and Xbox 360 are, let's see, it came out in 2005, so that's like, let's see, that's 10, they're 19 years old. 18 and 19 for PS3 because it came out in 2006. Okay, gotta go rent, which is this way. But yeah, it's crazy to think that stuff that I grew up with, the Xbox 360, the PS2, the PSP, is now considered retro, especially the 360. Like that is considered retro at this point, which is it's a bit, I mean, I guess all good things must eventually get old. No, all things, not only good things. But like that's, a bit surreal to think about how time flies. Speaking of old consoles, they did release a anniversary update for the PS5. That changes the theme. I chose the PS2 theme because that's my favorite console. I was surprised. Actually, the surprise got ruined for me in a Reddit post. Somebody talked about until December 20th. Damn, they couldn't even keep it for like Christmas and New Year's. I knew it was temporary, but come on, bro. Sony. Come on, Sony. But yeah, I chose the PS2 one because that's my favorite. But yeah, PS1 is your favorite. Yeah, that's also a good one. Did you grow up with the PS5? Because like if you did, then maybe that's why you like Tenchu. Because Tenchu, wasn't Tenchu pretty popular on the PS1? Did I say PS5 or PS1? I don't know. I meant PS1 in any case. Grew up with the PS1. So that means the 5th generation. I grew up with the 360 and the PSP mostly. But I did play some PS2 games on my PSP. What was... Do you remember what your first game was? It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly the first game, but like one of the first games, Because I don't know exactly which one was mine, but I do have a few. Your first game, For me, I think it was, I think it was a PC game because I didn't even have a console at that point. Dino Crisis or Resident Evil, those are good games, especially Resident Evil. Although they don't hold up as much anymore. I heard like mixed things about Dino Crisis. I do like how the protagonist looks. She looks pretty good. Yeah, survival horror game was really strong at the time. For me, my first game, I think it was either Captain Claw, it was a PC game, a platformer, or it was one of those browser flash games. Or Battle Realms or Counter-Strike. Life on a PC. Yeah, I feel like depending on where you Half-Life. Oh, Half-Life is also a cult classic. I've never gotten around to playing it, but I do want to play it someday, but it's not a priority for me. For me, it was either Captain Claw or one of those browser flash games on Windows XP. I think it was one called Batman the Cobblepot Capper or Caper. It's a nice flash game. You can still play it today. Competitive games? What do you mean competitive games? Like esports, online games, stuff like that? Because if you're talking about online esports, okay, if you're talking about that, well, I don't really play these games that much. The first game that I played online, I didn't play online until much later because we didn't have a router in our home. We just had like the Ethernet cable for the family PC and that's it. And my dad's laptop had a dongle with internet and that's it. We didn't have like a router until like later, like 2010, 2012. So I played, actually I might have played something online on the PC, but on console I think the first online game I've ever played was GTA 5 online or GTA 4. In like 2013, that was the first online game I played. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I mostly played single player until then. Because you had to pay for a subscription, and my parents didn't want to give their credit card online to pay for it. I just, that's why I just played offline. Actually, I think I might have played Destiny 1. I'm not sure because Destiny 1, you couldn't play death matches and stuff with people without paying, but you could meet other players in the open world online without playing. So it was either GTA 5 online or Destiny 1 on the Xbox 360. These were like my first two console online games. Because I think you could play online on the PSP, but I just never did it. You definitely could play co-op. Like do a LAN party. And connect with another PSP, but I never had any friends that had that console. As for PC, I don't really remember if I played. I barely played any PC exclusive at least, games to begin with. I was, when I was in console days, PS4, I'm always waiting for sales. I can't buy the full. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's also a problem for some people. Gaming has gotten more expensive, seemingly. I know there was like the boom, the 1980s boom, or I think it was the crash of video games in the 1980s. Because they were getting shittier and shittier and more expensive. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of feeling the same way right now in 2024. I'm really hoping that the video game industry kind of crashes a little bit and then kind of, realizes that it's not going in a good direction, at least to me, and kind of revitalizes itself, rises from the ashes. There's a lot of change going in the world right now, obviously with all the wars, all the conflicts, all the pandemics, all that stuff. A lot of events happening these years, both big and small, both in the light of the media and in the shadows hidden away. Not many people know about them. And it seems like the video game industry is no different. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ever since like 2021, late 2020, I have not been playing that many new games that came out. I've mostly been playing older games. Like, for example, what did I play this year? I played Samurai, or Way of the Samurai on the PS2. I played Fatal Frame 3. What else did I play? By the way, I have to go now. It's 1:48 a.m. right now. I have to sleep, maybe later again. Philippines? Oh, okay, no problem. Go to sleep then. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. If you did drop me a follow, I didn't see it because I don't have my thing pulled up, but if you did do that, thank you for that as well. Oh, thank you. Thank you for following me. Alright. Have a good one, Senpai Sanap. Good night. Okay. Well, I don't know how many more fish I have to catch, but I would assume we're not even close. 1,000 fish is so much, man. It's so much. We've been going at this for about 3 days now, in-game days. This may be the fourth. I think I got at least 200 by now. I must have at least 200. So if we can keep 50 per day, that means we're gonna need 20 days to get 1,000. Because that's 500 fish in 10 days. Another 500 more in another 10 more days. But yeah, what else can I talk about while I do this? I mean, we're like 1 hour and a half in. Guys, buckle up. We're gonna need like 3 more hours at least of just doing this over and over again. That's Shenmue achievements for you. But all that being said, guys, I don't have it in me to. I don't have it in me to do the other achievements after this. I might. You know what I do? You know what I might do? I might try to get all the outfits. I might try to do that. Depends how fast I can get. If I can get this stream, then. But I don't think I will. We'll see. If I can get it this stream, then maybe I'll try to get the last one for the Big Nary Cruise and just have one more DLC to do if I ever come back to the game. You see, the problem is, as I've said before, I don't like I have Shenmue 1 and 2 to replay because I want to get the achievements in those games, the HD versions as well. And I also want to replay them to have them more fresh in my memory because it's been like 7 years since, or like 6 years since I played them. So I wanna play them again. But right now, I think I've had enough of the Shenmue formula. No offense, no disrespect. Like I love it, but you know, even something you love and too much of a quantity will be bad for you.
やめておこう。
Okay, let's see how many I got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. That's not bad. I got a lot.
こんなに釣れたのか。大した腕前だ。
いや、それほどでも。
Okay, now we gotta go rent and go for round 2. At least we have Shenhua with us. Do 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 do.
Yes. いらっしゃい。よし。さあ。
これを。
はい。たくさん。
Okay. Time to do some more fishing. Shenhua. Alright guys, if you could vote, I mean you can't vote, but like if you could choose as a wife, which girl from Shenmue would you choose as a wife? I mean, you're free to choose any NPC if you remember them from the first 2 games. I don't remember any NPCs besides like the main ones. Like, who would you choose? I'm gonna try to include as many girls as I can remember. So let's start with the main ones. That being, what's her name? Harasaki, aka Nozomi. Um, who else? Joy. Joy. Who else? Of course, Shenhua herself. So these three are like the main ones. Then there's the Izumi girl from the tomato shop, the one that you can fight in Shenmue 2. Then there's the other girl that apparently what's his name? Goro thinks about marrying. He wants to marry her. Then there's who else? I mean, I guess there's Tom's girlfriend, but you barely see her, and obviously she has a partner. There's that girl that takes Ryo and Nozomi's picture at the port. I forget her name. And then that's it. I mean, that's not it, but I don't remember any other girls. So who would you vote as your waifu or actual wife? Like, who do you think would make the best? Okay, there's two categories here. Number one, the one that you like the most, and number one, the one that you think would make like the best wife. If we're talking about who I like most, then probably Joy. I like her most. Oh, there's also that like cruel woman that you fight and save her life in the tournament in Shenmue 2, the one with the cowgirl hat, and the red shirt. But like we barely even know anything about her. Um, yeah, what else? Ooh, this one is a big one. But yeah, I would choose Joy as my GF. I think Nozomi is also nice, but she's a bit too. I don't know. Like, she's really nice, don't get me wrong, but like she's a bit too tame for me. You know what I mean? Like, I like a woman who can like keep me on my toes at all times. Who I can kind of very friendly and non-exhausting or in a toxic way compete with to better myself, and you know, she could do the same with me to better herself. I like a girl who I can like actually train martial arts with, who can hold pads for me, who can kind of, you know, motivate me, even spot me when I'm lifting, and I would do the same for her. And also she has to like at least one of the two, because these are such a big part of my life that if she's not into them, I don't think we can like get along fully, which is really important to me. She either needs to like, besides being a bit, you know, rowdy and being at least fit, like either gym or martial arts. Like, okay, she has to like, she has to like one of these two of these four things, two of them. No, actually no. She has to like uh, one of two things for each category. For fitness and sports, she either has to like, you know, go to the gym or do martial arts, or both, better yet. That would be really cool. But like, at least I'm not, you know, trying to be too picky here. I'm not trying to be too picky here. So at least one of them would be, you know, good. And for the other categories, like, pop, it's not pop culture, it's like, whatever, she would have to like either video games or anime and manga. One of the two, I'm fine with either one. Obviously, if she really liked, you know, and practiced and did all four of them, that would be like, that would be my ideal girl over there in terms of like personality. Although there's still like other stuff that I really like, but like at this point, I'm building a character like you would do in an RPG. Like I'm taking everything I want in a girl and kind of putting it into one person, which is the combination of these things is already rare. Like there are people who go to the gym and also do martial arts, but it's less common for women to do that. It's not, it does exist, but it's less common, so that's already rare. But to do that and also like really be into video games and or anime, not just like casually play Valorant or like Call of Duty, that's even rarer. Like again, especially for females. Like just one of them is rare, but the combination of all four of them is extremely rare. And on top of that, I would actually want to be attracted to her features as well. And let's not forget that she also has to like me, because it has to be an equivalent exchange. You know that meme with Thanos, balanced as all things should be, or the equivalent exchange from Full Metal Alchemist. Guys, if you're putting a lot of effort into a relationship, and I'm not talking about just romantical here, friendship or even at work, if you're putting a lot of effort and the other person is not doing that, I'll give you an example. If you find yourself like texting a boy or a girl, and you're always, absolutely always the one to reach out first. You're always the one to start the conversation, always. But when you do, you talk to them for like hours, or like an hour. Like they like talking to you. You text with them and talk with them about a lot of things, for long. But they never reach out to you first. You're always the one to start the conversation. They might be shy or whatever, but like, come on, bro. Like, you're not FaceTiming or like talking face to face, bro. It's texting. If you're always the one initiating, then you're putting more effort into it than they are. And I did an experiment. I had like a couple of girls that I talked to, exactly a couple that I talked to, and now I understand that they may have their own life and they're busy, but like I also have my own really big problems in life. And I was always the one to reach out to them. And it wasn't like they didn't want to talk with me. They did, because they kept talking with me. Sometimes for like literally hours. But whenever I stopped reaching out first, we lost contact. From that moment on, we lost contact. Period. Like they never reached out to me. Ever. Ever. Maybe like one of them just to say like happy birthday or like Merry Christmas or Happy New Year's. That's it. And if that happens, then it means that unfortunately they either have other better friends than you that they like more, talk more than them, and they don't really think about you, or they never really considered you their friend anyway, and they just kind of used you. I mean, I'm a great conversationalist, okay? I don't consider myself to be like a master or an expert or anything, but like I can keep a conversation going for hours, as long as obviously the other person wants to talk. If they don't want to talk with me or don't want to talk in general vehemently, then there's nothing I can do, because conversations are like a game of tennis or ping pong. You need to get a reply. You need to have a willing, partner, player. If they don't want to talk, then they don't want to talk. And opening them up, that's a whole different game. That's a whole different thing. Like keeping a conversation versus making somebody open up and talk, these are two different techniques. I'm better at keeping a conversation going. It's so easy. Like I don't get why. I mean, I do get it because I used to be like that like many years ago. But like it's so, as long as the other person wants to keep talking and they're not just some like random stranger that's like 20, 30 years older or younger than you, where you don't really have the possibility, or like the possibility of you having a lot of things to talk about in common is small. But even then, there's stuff to talk about. Maybe not for hours, but still for like 20 minutes. As long as the other person wants to talk and they're like even remotely like 1%, like no, okay, maybe like 5% like interested in some of the stuff that you either have to say, or like they're interested themselves, like as in they, you know, they practice or do it, or interested as in like they're curious to hear more about it because it's new to them. As long as they want to talk with you, I can keep a conversation going for so long. And it's just so easy because all you have to do all you have to do is remember this rule. Okay? That's all you have to do. Well, actually there's two things you have to do, but like the theory, the practice is one thing, the theory is another thing. But in theory, you got to remember this one rule. And the rule is a conversation will always start, at least a verbal one. You could start physically, but that's another thing, you know, physical. That's like it assumes that you're in person, and like physical stuff. Well, video chatting is different from talking face to face. That's a whole other like topic. But anyway, I digress. So what you have to remember is that a conversation, a verbal conversation, always starts with either a statement or a question, and that's all you have to do. Either ask them about something, or like contribute, like say something, you know? I think this is this and that. Or like, hey, what do you think about that? Do you like that? Do you want to, like, just don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. For some reason I was shy or afraid to ask questions, like I was, I don't know, inconveniencing them or intruding on their, you know, personal side. Just ask questions. But don't like always ask questions. Try to like, depending on the topic, some topics are more exhaustible than others. Try to like add statements to that question to keep the conversation going, and like kind of play it by, you know, feeling and visual, and you know, by the ear. See how like much they respond to that statement or question, and then if not, change the subject. But again, as long as they do want to talk with you, which is not always the case. In fact, it's maybe more, depending on the situation, maybe more common than them not wanting to talk with you, but the other one is also pretty common. In which case you gotta get them to open up, which is another whole can of worms. But if you want to keep a conversation going, just keep asking them questions or making statements. That's it. Keep it friendly, try to learn more about them. Also, about opening up, there's multiple ways of opening people up. Now, here, as opposed to the more simple ways of keeping a conversation going, opening a person up is a bit more complicated because it really depends on the situation and the person themselves. For example, if you're talking to someone who's around your age, let's say you're a young adult, like let's say, I don't know, you're like 23, 24, something like that. And they do speak the same language as you do, or like they speak, like, let's say you both speak English, whether it's you both, whether that is both of the parties' native language or not, doesn't matter. If you speak well enough to understand each other and to be able to communicate. So if you're speaking to someone like that who speaks English, aka the same language as you do, who's around your age, and let's say let's say that it doesn't matter that much, but it still matters. Let's say they're from the same country as you are, or like at least if not the same country, they're like they've been brought up or slash have a similar like set of values or like a similar experience in culture. They experienced a similar culture as you did.
やめておこ
Then it's gonna be pretty easy to make them open up. You just kind of ask them about themselves, and because these things are similar, you may have like at least one thing in common. Let's number the fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30, 31. So I got about, I had like 36 plus 31, or like 34, something like that, like 65, 63,
う。いや、それほどでも。
63 fish for today? That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. We're catching a lot of fish. Anyway, back to the conversation. Literally, because we were talking about conversations. So, if you want to open somebody up, again, it matters. It also matters if they're a female or a male, and of course, if you're a female or a male, because it generally, again, it depends. It heavily depends, but generally, it is a bit harder for males to open up female to make them conversational wise, get your head out of the gutter to open them up, than for females with females and males with males generally. But there are exceptions. So basically, what I try to do is, there's a few techniques I try to do. If I can judge, again, this is mostly a gamble because what you have to work with is their appearance and maybe their mannerisms. And you didn't even have that much time to gauge their mannerisms. Like if you've known each other at a party, let's say for like 5 minutes. Don't know much about them. You can kind of sketch an image, mental like profile for them, but it's gonna be flawed and full of holes because you don't really exactly know much about them, and also people act differently while in groups of people and in public rather than in private, or with like close groups of close people. So what I try to do is gauge how likely it is for me to have similarities with them in any category. And if it's enough, then I'll try to employ technique number 1, which is appeal to their personality, appeal to their likes and dislikes. Try to ask them what they like, and try to kind of also talk about stuff that I like that they also like, which is where the similarities come into place. Like, oh, you also do this? Oh yeah, actually I do this and this, and so and so and so and so, and like they don't realize it, but they kind of start to like express, talk about. You gotta kind of open them up about the things that they're passionate about, because usually people like to talk about things that they're passionate about, and thus they open up, and then you can kind of employ the technique of keep asking and keep introducing new topics and statements. Now, this is the easiest one. The harder ones are when you don't really have much in common, or they don't really want to talk specifically with you. Now, there's a few techniques you can employ to get them to open up in these situations. And number 1 is, if they're having a tough time, just offer to at first don't give advice, or don't say like, well, I also do this, and no, just listen for a little bit, just like 5 minutes. Just listen to them. Be a good listener, say, I think I can understand, or like, yeah, that seems so and so, and try to like, you know, don't try to be there like too friendly with them. Like, for example, saying something like, "Bro, I totally get it." Like, yeah, that is so tough. You're so right, because to some people that might come across as a bit fake, or like maybe you want something from them.
いらっしゃい。よ
Just
し。
listen.
さ
Just listen and try like not to stay silent if they like make a
これを
break
あ。はい。
in
たくさん。
speech. If they make like a 5-10 second break in speech, just like kind of look at them and kind of nod. But don't immediately try to fill that gap in speech. Let it kind of air out. That's what I say, at least. And then the one of the best, at least, ways to open up a person like that is to kind of talk about yourself. And here, unfortunately, you're gonna have to be a bit personal and show a little bit of your vulnerability. Talk about hard times you've had. Talk about your struggles, and kind of like don't do it in a preaching way or like in a here's the takeaway, but kind of just level with them, you know, and they'll see that you're opening up and you're being genuine with them, and you're listening to them, and they'll you know already feel more comfortable with you, and they'll start also reciprocating. That's what I've noticed in my experience with talking with people. But again, there's you know scenarios and scenarios. There's people and people, and this category, getting them to open up, is highly personalized, highly customizable, as opposed to like keeping a conversation going, which is pretty easy as long as the other person wants that to happen. It's really easy, actually. It's really easy. Like it's really easy. Even I can keep it going even if the person is shy, as long as they actually want to talk. And they're not so shy that they just literally say, yeah, okay, and that's it to everything I say. Then at that point, you gotta get them to open up. Like, it's not because it's okay. You gotta get them to open up, not because they don't want to talk with you, but because they're like not as good when it comes to talking. They're not as good of a talker. You know, you can kind of break the ice. There's always that sort of grace period when you're meeting someone, especially when you're younger and you're a bit more shy, or even, you know, as a teenager or as a young adult. Um, there's always that period when you're meeting a bunch of new people for the first time. You don't know what they're thinking about you. They don't know what you're thinking about them. You don't know what they're into. You don't know what to say. So if you don't know anything, it's a bit harder, but I can still keep going with a conversation regardless. If I know nothing, and I mean nothing about a person, and I'm forced to start a conversation, then that's good. You have something to talk about. Get to know each other. So, what do you like to do? What are you passionate about? What do you do in your free time? Don't always start with like, hey, what's your favorite color or food? Because, well, these are, you know, easy questions. They're not loaded questions. Also, don't start with loaded questions like, oh, what's your political view, or like, what's your life philosophy? Don't like immediately start with that. Warm up a little bit, you know? I would say start with something that gets them to open up a bit more, because asking them what their favorite color is, like, okay, it's white. Okay, and then what else can you talk about after that? Like, oh, do you have white clothes? Like, is it white just for clothes, or like, do you like, you know, different stuff, or like are you the sort of look I already have just from that simple question I already have like a bunch of things to answer. For example, are you one of those people that like if they have a favorite color they want everything in that color, or like do you just you know do you want diversity and variety and just keep that favorite color for a bunch of things? You know, like I already immediately that came to mind. It's just so easy to keep a conversation going to me. It didn't always used to be that way. But I think you've seen that on my YouTube channel or on my Twitch streams or my streams in general. Because I just keep talking. I keep talking to myself for hours and hours and hours because that's what you have to do. I just assume, even though I know most of the time that's not the case, I just assume I'm having a viewer that's either lurking or just not chatting at all times. And I just want to keep them entertained. So I'll either commentate, most of the time that's what I'll do. When I'm doing a playthrough, I'll just commentate what I'm seeing, try to be entertaining, and also convey my thoughts about what I'm seeing in the game. If the opportunity arises, which oftentimes it does, make a joke about my current situation within the video game. And then just kind of keep talking about stuff. Or when you have down sections like this, or when you're grinding something, or when like you're not playing a game, let's say it's not like a playthrough for the first time. You're either doing a challenge run or you're doing some other stuff in a game that you've played before, so you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening that much, and you can talk about whatever. Just talk about whatever, like I'm doing right now. If you want to talk about gaming, because this is, mostly a gaming channel. I also do unboxings and want to talk about like philosophy and psychology at times, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Like I just did, for an example, right now, socializing and interacting with people. Now let's talk about, while we're on the subject of interacting with people, let's talk about interacting with women / girls as a male. Now, I would like to keep this simple, but unfortunately it's not as simple. Females, in my experience, from what I've seen, like there are tomboys with, there are more like straightforward females that will be like, yeah bro, this is what I'm thinking, and what? That'll be straight with you, like most males are. Then again, not all males are straight like that. And not talking about, I'm talking about straightforward. But basically, because they're a bit more complex in their expression, you gotta kind of, unfortunately, learn to play by their game, by their rules a little bit. Like, what you want to do is don't read too much into it, and if you're genuinely confused, don't be afraid to ask, and if they beat around the bush or get offended, then that's a red flag. Drop the conversation. Assuming you want to like get to know them better and potentially make them your girlfriend or whatever, or wife. If it's just like a acquaintance or like a business transaction, then whatever, keep going. But in any case, in these sort of interactions, they won't really beat around the bush, or like a business setting is more pragmatic, more exact than a social gathering, a social call, if you will. So what I usually do is pay attention to them. Really pay attention to them, but like, as in like, don't constantly, not as in don't not okay, not as in constantly staring at their eyes, or I don't know, like being like super hyper, attentive on them, because that'll come across as creepy, I would assume. But like, pay attention to their gestures, pay attention to how they react to what you say. Don't read too much into it, because it's a whole rabbit hole to go down. Like, you could try to make the effort, of looking at those YouTube videos that, that ask, or rather that teach you, like, okay, like if she touches your shoulder here, or like if she plays with your hair, like, yeah, you could do that, but I don't have the desire, nor do I have the energy to do all that stuff. Just pay attention and kind of judge it by your own social skills, which means you will need to build at least a base level of social skills. You don't need to party each weekend. You don't need to, like, have a lot of people you talk with. Just kind of build like normal social skills, which in 2024 it might be harder than you think. Just normal, borderline, silver line, base level social skills. That's it. and then kind of pay attention to how they react and try to. So here's the thing: a lot of people say be yourself. That's okay, but like, what happens if your true self is not really desirable by the majority of the female population? Well, then you're gonna have to find a way to present that self in a bit of pseudo way, in a bit of a different way, still while still being yourself, but try to market it like somebody markets like a kind of a mediocre game. I'm not saying you are mediocre, but like some companies put a lot of money into marketing for like what ends up being a mediocre game, and it still sells. Like people still buy it just because the marketing was good. That's what you have to do if your true self is not that good. Alternatively, you can try to improve yourself, but that takes a lot of commitment and resolve and time. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break from speaking right now because my throat is kind of sore. I've been speaking constantly pretty much for like 2 hours at this point. And the only reason why I do this is by this I mean speaking to myself. Is number one because when people join your live stream, a lot of people will just leave if they, especially with the fact that I don't have a face cam, they'll just hear silence. And if unless you're doing some sort of challenge run or like even then, like live streams without speech or a face cam are not as desirable or as entertaining because why do a lot of people watch live streams in the first place? To either have some background noise, and there is no background noise without somebody talking, or to kind of hang out with people. Because if you want to watch, like a guide or a tutorial or like a speedrun or something, or like if you're really good at the gameplay and the focus is mainly on the gameplay, then you could do without a mic or a face cam as well. But for live streams, this works better. Anyway, I'm gonna take like a few minutes, maybe not a few minutes, like a couple of minutes break here from talking, unless somebody chats. Then I'll respond to them because I kind of wanna arrest my throat a little bit. So yeah, I'll still be here. Actually, I'm gonna. I'll wait for it to kick me out because I need to take a water break. But I can't pause. Can I pause here? I can't pause. Oh yeah, I can't. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, look at that gram number. So yeah, I was talking about speaking with women. What you have to remember is, well, one of the things is that no matter what, bro, don't let failures or other people's reactions falter your confidence. But for that, you're gonna have to do some improvement and exercises. I'm not talking about at least only physical exercises or necessarily physical exercises. You're gonna have to, just like a muscle, the more you use it, the more you train it, the better you kind of, the better coordination you'll have and the bigger it will get. Right? The stronger it will get. It's the same with confidence. If you build it and you stuff to maintain it and to assure your self-confidence, then even in those situations you'll be like, okay, well, that's your opinion, or like that's what you think. You don't have to be like those people. Like, okay, I respect your opinion. You can say, well, I don't disagree, man, or like I don't know what the equivalent is, like gal. I don't I disagree. But yeah, sorry we couldn't get along, or like it is just you don't even have to think too much about what you say. Just say whatever comes to mind, bro. Say whatever comes to mind, but like have a bit of a filter, though. You know what I mean? Anyway, I hope I don't destroy my right analog stick for this controller because it's the only PS4 controller I have, and I don't think they're making any new ones anymore. I don't know if they do. But anyway, have you ever wondered where this village would be in real life China? Because it is. I think Guilin is actually a real place in China, but the village is fake. Just like Kowloon exists in real life in Hong Kong as well. I think it's somewhere on the eastern side of China, closer to Japan. Okay, but I got that one. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's like 34, I think is what I got. Or maybe 35.
これはすごいね。大量じゃないか。
ええ、まあ。
There she is. Cow. Or was that a bull? Buru, as I like to unceremoniously, unofficially, rather call it in Japanese.
Irashai. Yoshi. Sa.
Irasa Yoshisa.
これを。
はい。たくさん。
Okay.
こ
Cool. So we make about 200. No, not 200. We make about make about 100 fish per day, which is good. It's really good. And we've been fishing for about 4 days, give or take. So let's see what's next. Well, if it's the 40th day right now, sorry, not the 40th day, the 4th day, um, of doing this, we also had like a bunch of fish from the competition. So we had like, I would say at least 50 fish. So let's say we make about 100 fish per day. That means for 4 days in, that's 400 already. So maybe 4 more. Hold on, guys. I gotta take a call. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry guys, I'm back. I spoke with my father about some stuff. Okay, let's keep going with the fishing. I've noticed if you wiggle it, like it can be a fluke at this point. If you wiggle it left and right, it either improves the chances of something spawning, like I almost always get something when I wiggle it like that. Either that, or it takes slightly more time to reach the shore, like I've said before. And it gives the game more time to spawn a fish. You know, a thing I'm curious about and I actually want to look it up is what do a lot of streamers do when they have to eat? Like if you're gonna live stream for like, you know, I would say about more than, depending on when you ate, because if you ate just before the live stream, you can go for like maybe 5 hours. But if you didn't, like maybe 4 or 5 hours, you have to take a break afterwards. You can go for like 5, 6 if you just ate. But I don't, it depends on, you know, every person's metabolism and like their needs and, you know, what they want to achieve with their body. But it generally, if you're an average-sized male adult and you're not going, you know, for like a lot of demanding physical work and have like a normal sleeping schedule and whatnot, and don't have any sort of diabetes or uh, illnesses like that, usually it's recommended that you eat about every 4 to 5 hours. But eat light, or you know what I mean? So like about 3 meals per day. Is 3 meals per day, but like people always say, oh, one in the morning, one at noon, and then one in the afternoon. But like if you wake up like 4 p.m., well, it's a bit different. Anyway, um, I don't know for how long I'll be able to keep going with this before I get super bored. It does help a lot that I had viewers coming in early on and I spoke with them. That kind of gave me a boost. In energy. So yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying I was talking about what streamers what's the solution for when you want to take like a food break, especially um, with a situation like my situation where you can't really afford nor want to because of health reasons afford to like get food through like DoorDash or what. Well, I think that service doesn't even exist where I live, but Well, not the service, that particular firm. Um, just like order food because I don't like first of all it's really expensive to order food literally every day. Like I can't afford it. And on top of that, because I'm not gonna order like McDonald's or some shit like that. Hell no. I'm ordering like really good food. That's another reason why I don't want to order food is because you're kind of limited. Um, a lot of restaurants, or well, restaurants is putting it is exaggerating a little bit, but a lot of places that are popular with these sort of services are like fast food places, because obviously it's better for capitalism. You can make more money if you make food faster. But food that's made super fast like that is junk food. So, so, um, so, what do I do? Because I both can't afford to like get really good, because really good food costs even more. You can't even get like as healthy of a food as I can get at home, at least consistently through those delivery apps. And even if I can get somewhat healthier food that I would eat, it's gonna cost a lot more than if I were to prepare it at home. But the thing is, you kind of like replace time with money here. Now, if I were having like, let's say 500 to a couple of thousand concurrent viewers, and I was actually making some money from these live streams or my videos, then I would definitely consider it. Even if it was like slightly at the detriment of my health, like slightly. I would still go for like the healthiest option. I would at least consider it. I'm not saying I would definitely go for it or anything, but I would consider it. But I'm not making any money. I'm not even growing that much. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna prioritize my health because it's just not worth it at the moment. I'm trying to, sacrifice my time and some other stuff to grow, but that's a whole other can of worms, a whole other topic. So what do I do? I used to do this, by the way, and it adds like another hour to the already really long videos, VODs that I have on my channel. I used to just leave pause the game and leave the live stream on for like an hour when I went to make food and eat it. Alternatively, if you're living with someone, for example, like your mother, I mean, it may be embarrassing depending on your age, but like, let's be honest here. People who were born in like I think it's called Generation Z, even though like people who are born like 2007 can be really different from people who were born in like 98. It's still Generation Z according to the diagram. But still, people born in this generation have a really hard time with making money and with owning a place, actually owning, whether it's like a small apartment or a house, like actually owning a place of your own. So yeah, I do sometimes have my mother cook something for me, and then I just take a break and eat it, because if I have to take a break to cook it and then eat it, I'll be gone for like an hour and a half. Otherwise, I'm just gone for about like 25 to 40 minutes. Which is not good, because a lot of people won't stay on the live for like 40 minutes to an hour just to look at a blank screen. Now, if I had a PC, I could maybe just play footage from like older footage from my previous videos or live streams to at least have something to look at. But from what I've seen from streamers, this is not the best option, especially if you have like a big audience. If you don't really have people watching you like I do, then you're not losing that much. You're maybe only losing in potential, and even then, but like you're not actually actively losing anything. Anyway, ooh, it happened again. The second option would be to do what a lot of streamers do, but I care about my health, or at least I'm trying to do that. And honestly, I can say that I've done it quite a few times myself, and I hate it. It's just to just go the full 5, 6, 7 hours without eating, which I don't want to do, especially if you're trying to like maintain a physique, like or like improve it even. You can't really do that. Not to mention that when you're taking a break, you're also sitting up from your chair or whatever. But anyway, so that's also an option, but probably the worst one. Although maybe the like cheapest one for like, your channel, like business-wise. Then there's the option of, as I've said, ordering something, which comes with its own downsides. I talked about that just now. And either turning off your camera or like kind of eating it as you're playing, which I could never do. Because like, how do you eat something? How do you actually like properly eat something? Like you could use cutlery, but like you still get like your mouth or your hands dirty. Even if you don't, it's like kind of like I am very hesitant to bring food around my hands or around my office where I have a lot of my tech stuff. It's just like it's awful. Do you know how annoying it is to clean food off of controllers or keyboards? It's really fucking annoying because it trickles down.
やめておこ
You're gonna have to disassemble it to properly clean it, and then like 2, 3 years later, you're wondering, hey, why is it stick drifting? Why is it not working anymore? Well, that's why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So we're making anywhere between 33 to 35.
これはすごいね。大量じゃないか。
ええ、まあ。
Emma. Emma. Emma, guys. Emma. Is there an Emma, a famous Emma video game character? Emma is a nice name, Emma. It's a nice female name. There are a bunch of like both Eastern and Western female names that I like. Emma is one of them. It's not exactly my favorite. It's not even top 5, but it's like one of them that I actually like. Emma. It's nice. I also like Nozomi, which means wish. I like Kaede. I don't know what that means, but it sounds badass. I like Rin. Haruka sounds nice. Kaguya sounds nice. Let's see some other Western names. Elena sounds really nice. Like Elena is a really nice, sexy name, cool name. Whether you write it with an E or an H, Helena or Elena, Elena is a nice name. Um, what other Western-ish name? I don't know. I know a lot of Japanese names, but not like a lot of Western names that I like. But Elena is one of my favorite Western female names. At this point, I'm just talking about, you know, random things, whatever. Because there's nothing to talk about in terms of the game itself anymore. I've said everything I wanted to say about it. Nope. I can't think of another. I guess Elena is my favorite female Western name. I don't know. It just sounds like, especially when you say it with a English or like American accent, Elena. It sounds nice. Jade. I also love Jade. That's also really a nice name. Jade. If I ever had a daughter, I would either name her Elena, Jade, Haruka, Nozomi, or Kaede. Kaede is really nice. I would probably name her Kaede. As for boys, Japanese, Kiryu is nice. Kazuma is nice. And yes, I just said Kiryu Kazuma. Kiryu Kazuma. Ryo is not that common of a name. It's more like a weird one. It's not a weird one, but like, you know, it's mostly like more of a fantasy name, which is fine. I don't really give a crap what people say. I'm gonna name my kid whatever I want. Let's see. Kenshiro? It's an actual proper name, but it's rare. Kenshiro is a nice name. Tatsuya is also a nice name because, you know, it has dragon in it. Shunsuke is nice. Shunsuke. What else? Let me think here. What was that guy's from Yakuza, the blonde? I forget his name. He's one of my favorite characters. The guy from Yakuza 2, the Dragon of the East. Ryuji's a nice name. Ryuji also has dragon in it. Ryuji. I would probably call him either Ryuji or maybe Kenshiro is a bit too much. I don't know. Or maybe Kazuma. Kazuma is nice, but is a bit too common. I want something a bit more refined, not something that's not so common. You know what I mean? Something that stands out. That's the word I was really looking for. Something that stands out. Now, let's see. As for Western names, I don't know. Adam is nice, but it's not exactly, you know, in top 5 or 10 favorites. I don't even know if I have a top 10 favorites, to be honest with you. Adam sounds nice, though. Kind of sounds like a Chad. Leon. Leon sounds Italian. Not exactly my favorite sounding name, but it's in Italian or like in other Western, other European languages. I don't like how it sounds, but saying it like with an E instead of an E. For example, saying Leon instead of Leon. I like this pronunciation more, Leon. It kind of sounds like lion. So I guess that's why I kind of like, but also don't like the name Leon. Let's see, what other name? Western name for boys. Jack is really common. I think Jack is the most common name in England, or like in English-speaking countries. Jack. Like the Union Jack. Yeah, it sounds nice though, Jack. It sounds more nice than John. John kind of sounds old. No offense to people called John. Jack, I don't know, it kind of reminds me of like Jack Snake, you know? Naked Snake's name, allegedly. Or apparently is Jack. Jack the Ripper. Samurai Jack. There's a lot of like, you know, influential or strong men called Jack in media. Although, apparently, Jack the Ripper actually existed. Let's see, what other Western boy names? Arnold is nice, but everybody's gonna think about Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I don't want my kid to kind of go through that. Arnold is so-and-so. Not exactly my favorite. There was one name. Jensen. Jensen is nice. Jensen is really nice. I like Jensen. Jensen is nice. I'm about to sneeze. Okay, never mind. The sneeze disappeared as I was mid-sneeze. I think Jensen might be my favorite Western male name. Jensen. If I had a kid and I wanted to name him a Western name, I would name him Jensen, probably. And yes, I'm thinking of Adam Jensen. I think his name, like his other name was Adam. Like two of my favorite Western male names, Adam and Jensen. Yeah, his name was Adam Jensen, the guy from Deus Ex. Adam Jensen, such a Chad name, Adam Jensen. I also like Dorian. Sounds, you know, sounds classy, sounds good. It's unique enough. Bruce, I also like Bruce. Bruce is nice. Bruce. Yeah, so if I had a boy, if I ever had a boy, then I would, and I wanted to name him a Western name, which I kind of, I kind of do want to do more than Japanese. I don't know. It feels like if he's okay, if I'm having, I'll think about it. Uh, if my wife were to be a Japanese woman, then maybe I would go with like two names. You know, maybe like imagine a guy being named Jensen, uh, Jensen Kazuma, or Jensen Kiryu, or Jensen, or like Bruce. Uh, what else did I say for Eastern? Ryuji. Uh, Bruce Ryuji. That actually sounds pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds really cool. Elena Kaede. Elena Elena Haruka doesn't work as well. Elena Kaede does. It kind of has a ring to it, at least for me. Elena Kaede. 3 hours of fishing, guys. 3 hours of fishing. And speaking. What about dog or pet names? I mean, might as well talk about that as well. I told you guys, there's always something to talk about, especially if you're such a varied person as I am. I can keep a conversation with myself, with no, literally, I am so good. I don't want to, kind of stroke my own ego or something else of mine. But I can keep a conversation without it's actually even easier to keep a conversation without a talker partner, because you can just talk about whatever without having to stop and hear the other person. Just keep talking, talking, talking. Which by the way, the only time I like talking is when I'm live streaming. That's it. Because I guess probably that's like where all my socializing and talking goes. Because I'm really, I keep to myself and I'm pretty quiet outside of streaming or videos on YouTube. But when I do those, I really let loose. Um, for pet names, I guess cats and dogs. Some are interchangeable, but I don't like when people name their pet like something like Fluffy or Mr. Cuddles or like something like that. Like I mean, yeah, it's a pet, but like to me, it just sounds like you're diminishing the animal to like a toy or something. I don't know. Like I want to give them more personality. I want to respect their like identity. You know what I mean? I don't want to like reduce him to just a pet. I want him to be a friend. I wouldn't call him something like, I don't know, uh, Boromir, or I don't know, some sort of. I mean, you could do that honestly, but I would just call him like, I would call him a name that sounds human, but also could be like an animal name, like Rocky, for example. I would call a dog Rocky. Why not? You know what I mean? Like Rocky. Oh, what other names? This one is a bit harder because it actually kind of has to also sound human, but also work for a pet. Beethoven? Nah, that one's just because the movies. Hazuki. Hazuki works. Hazuki works for a dog. Hazuki. Kind of sounds like a dog. Hey, Hazuki. But also, obviously there's Ryo Hazuki, so that works. But it's a surname. It's not a given name. Come on, 2 duds in a row. A dud! Hazuki works. I both gave a Eastern and Western example. Let's see, what else? Um, Mike? Mike works. You could call a cat. Mike. Or a dog. I mean, it wouldn't fit as much, but like that's because your perception is warped due to the fact that most people just call their animals, like I said, sillier names. Which you do you, but like I don't like personally. I really don't like that. Um, you could call them. Let's see, what other names? Ren. Ren works for a dog. Ren. It works, Ren. Hey, Ren. Like I want to treat them like a human friend. I don't necessarily want to treat them like a human. I want to treat them like a dog, but I want to treat them like I would treat a human friend. You know what I mean? Like a friend, but like how I treat a human friend. Jack. Jack also works for a dog. I don't know if it works for a cat. It could work. Shalquire. Shalquire. It's the cat from it's this sentient cat from Dark Souls 2. Sweet Shalquire. A26. Like you could give them more fantasy names that could also fit a person, but usually they don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So usually these names 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 5, 6. Let's see here.
大した腕前だ。
いや、それほどでも。
So if I catch around, let's say 60, like 30 with 30, it's a bit more because I catch like 30 something plus 30 something. So if I do 60 fish per day, that means I do about 610 days. About 610 days, and then 60 times 4, that's 240. In 4 days, roughly.
さあ
これを
はいたくさん
640. No, 240, sorry. 240 in 4 days. That would not be enough. I need 5 times 6. That's 30. So 300. I would need 6 more days, so 16 days to get 1,000.
Cool.
We still have a lot to go. Because 6 times 60, 6 times 0 is 0, 6 times 6 is 360. Now hold on a second. 17 days? Because I need 400. I need 400 more. So how much do I get in 2 days? 120. That's 2 days worth of fishing. 120 fish. $120 times 10, that's 1,000. But 120 is not 1 day. It's 2 days. So 2 days times... That doesn't work, cause... No, it does. 2 days times 10 is 20. So 20 days? Really? Hmm. Well, that was bad timing. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna get it when I'm gonna get it anyway. But I'm going at a really good pace. That's for sure. I don't think it gets much faster than this. I mean, even if I did catch 100 fish per session, you only get 2 sessions per day, that would be 200 fish per day. That would still mean about 5 days. Which takes a while. I think like 1 minute in Shenmue 3 is equivalent to about, or like 1 hour is about 5 minutes, I think. I don't know, maybe like 3 minutes. It feels at least like it's 1 hour is 5 minutes. So like 5 minutes. Or like maybe 25 minutes in game is like 1 minute? So like 1 minute. Okay, let's number it. Let's see what 5 minutes are. Okay, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So about 17 seconds. 5 minutes are about 17 seconds. We're 3 hours in. I don't know how long we still have to go. There's no way to check for progress. No way whatsoever. Weird. I don't know why I said weird. I guess I was thinking in my head and I was like, yeah, I came to a conclusion about what I was thinking, which I won't talk about, because it's from my personal life, and I was like, huh, weird. Either that or I don't know. Either that or the other alternatives, I don't know. Come on. Imagine this pond, this little pond, having about 120 fish per day. Actually, no, about 60. If we had 120 fish per day, this would have been way more manageable. Like, way more manageable. But even 60 is, like, good. It's actually really good. We could have had, like, 25 per day. Holy crap, or 20 per day. Imagine how long that would fucking take, bro. I don't want to, actually. I don't wanna. Okay, we're about to reach the end of the first session. You can kind of fish for about 1, 2, 3, 4, well, for about 4 hours. After 4 hours, it kicks you out. Regardless. So yeah, um, what to talk about? What to talk about? Just to kind of, I mean, empty air or like what do they call it? Dead air. Dead air is what they call it in radio, I guess, where there's like nothing being said. It's also kind of nice, just relaxing and you know. There's no OST while you fish, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. They should have made one. I guess I can be quiet for a bit. Okay, it's about to... Oh, never mind. I was looking at the... I did it again. I was looking at the long hand of the clock, not the short one. It's not gonna kick us out. Until about like 5 p.m. Like 4:40 something p.m. So what's next? After this? Well, I'm still debating. If I can finish it today, the thing is, I'm not gonna make a live stream just for getting one achievement. Actually, I might because it might take a while. It might take me like a couple of hours. If I'm really lucky, I could get it within like 20 minutes. If I'm really lucky. If I'm like absolutely stupidly, insanely lucky, which won't happen, I could get it within literally like 10 minutes. But yeah, how far in do you think we are? Do you think? I think we're at least. I think we still have a lot more to go, unfortunately. I don't know if we'll be able to do it in the stream, which most likely means that I'm not gonna get that achievement. And I mean, even if I did, it still would not say 100%, and that bothers me a lot, despite the fact that I have the platinum. Because there's still the battle rally ones, which I won't do, because they're grindy as fuck anyway. But like... if we do manage to do it this live stream, then. I may try to do the last achievement for the Big Mary Cruise. But I'm repeating myself at this point. Okay, we're about to get kicked out. And a bit. Last catch of the day. We're getting unlucky here. At the end of the day. Yo, what the hell? Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. 34.
こんなに釣れたのか。大した腕前だ。
いや、それほどでも。
Okay. Where's Shenhua? There she is. So we've done like, let's say 5 days by now. If not 6 maybe. Let's say we've definitely done 5 days by now. Come on, we've done 5 days by now. We must have. Even if this is the 5th. And that should be 60 plus 60 plus 60 plus 60, 120 plus 120 to 140 plus 60, 300. Wow. Wow. We're still like nowhere near. Nowhere near. I would say we're about, because we did one more day yesterday in the previous episode at the end, and I did fish a little bit in my previous playthrough as well. I would say we're about maybe 360, maybe 400. So I would say we're not even halfway through. Yeah, I don't think there's any way I'm finishing this in this live stream, unfortunately. I actually should save in case some bullshit happens. I've never had any sort of problems with this game, never had any crashes, any soft locks from what I remember at least. Another day. Another fish. Another day, another fish. Hey, they should make a t-shirt with that. Okay.
いらっしゃい。よし、さあ。
This guy is going out of business daily.
これを。
はい。たくさん。
I wonder for how much he's selling the fish, because he's either scamming me, which he probably is, or he's gonna go broke real soon because he rents the most expensive rod for 50 and then he pays me like $700 yuan rather. He pays me like 600 to 700 yuan per day. No, actually he pays me like 1,400, which is about 1,300 profit because I pay 50 plus another 50. So I would say we're around, I don't know, 40% done, which is crazy. To think that we still have so much more to go. That's because it's 2 days per 100 and we need to do it 10 times. So it's not 10 days, but it's 20 days. It's 20 days. So slow. I've talked about this before, but if I was the developer, I would have never fucking done. I would have never put such achievements into the game. Either that, or like make the achievements for the DLC super easy and no RNG involved. To me, the DLC for Shenmue 3 feels kind of forced. Like, it's just not good. It's not good. The Big Mary Cruise has some like funny moments with the figure and with the fat kid. It does have some story content, which that's probably my favorite part about it. It does look nice in the port, and especially at night. But they just use the, I mean, you know, that's actually pretty smart and nice because it doesn't look bad. But they reused the asset of the ship that brings you there anyway in the first place, and they reused a bunch of other assets from previous games most likely. Especially that roof, they definitely reused it from this game somewhere. But it looks nice at least. You know, it doesn't look like super, it doesn't look like, immediately when you look at it, you don't go like, oh, what is this, like jumbled up of mess of reused assets. No, it looks good. But yeah, apart from that, it's just mostly gambling. No new games. What they could have really done with that, like if they actually wanted to make like a good DLC, not just like to milk some more money, which is probably why the season pass for this game, including all the DLC, is like $5, very frequently on sale. Well, like even less than $5, I think. I think it's even less. And if you want to buy the DLCs by themselves, I think they're like one of them is like $0.99. But yeah, Big Mary Cruise, meh. The most unique one is, ironically, the Battle Rally, which is also the most kind of annoying one to me. Not the worst one, but the most annoying one. The treasure hunt, if you've been hunting, I didn't even get all the Chobuchans, because you don't get anything for it. You get shop cards, but it's not like if you find all of them, you get like a lot of money, or like you might get like a nice t-shirt, I don't know. Or jacket, I don't know that. But I doubt it though. Oh, this one is a big one. We still have a long way to go. But at least it's kind of chill. Or although I would have rather have, it'd be way less grindy but way more sweaty. Like, yeah, you gotta sweat a lot and focus and like, go in like hyper gamer mode. But it'd be done in like 2-3 hours, even 4, rather than like 8 hours of constant fishing. Because guys, I'm not gonna stream for 8 hours today. I'm just not, because reasons. And I'm gonna have to do another. I'm gonna stream for about. Let's see, how many hours are we? Like 3:30. Okay, we're 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna stream for at least. I'm gonna stream for at least 30 more minutes. Like, I want to stream more, but I gotta fix my sleeping schedule and I gotta wake up earlier tomorrow. Come on. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I already had the other 2 previous games 100%ed, Shenmue 1 and 2 HD, because the originals don't have achievements, I would have tried to do the other achievements for this. I would have, but like, since, I don't have. Okay, what am I doing? Let's just move the rod. Since I don't have the other 2 100%ed, and I'm not even close to doing this one yet, I'm like, whatever. It's not like I'm gonna have like all 3 of them neatly 100%ed. I'll come back to it if I have to. My only concern is that when I do come back, I won't be able to really remember any combos. And that's bad, because the Battle Rally is the one that I have yet to complete. Kind of requires you to know a lot of combinations. Because you don't get to use your quick thingy, I don't think so at least. Maybe you do. To be honest with you, I don't even know what moves you have or you don't have unlocked. Do you have all the moves unlocked? I've been talking for a while, guys. My throat is getting sore. That's why I'm keeping quiet for a bit. Okay. String of bad luck. Come on. You know, I was thinking about how fucking unfair life is. I still can't fathom and comprehend just how insanely unfair life is, and a lot of people will never really think about it deep enough to understand, or won't even really understand ever. Because they're just preoccupied about their own problems, their own life, they're in their own bubble. That's why most people don't really think about the world as a whole, and don't really become great in life. They're just, I don't want to be rude, but like, they're effectively just another piece of meat on two legs, surviving and trying to fucking reproduce, just like cockroaches. Sorry, I used the crude language there, but I think it fit my disdain for the subject. But anyway, I was thinking how unfair life is. And one thing, I don't really care if this is too heavy for for this thing. I already spoke about a lot of topics. Let's just, you know, I'll just I'll switch it up to more serious stuff every now and then. I was thinking how fucking unfair it is for you as a person to suffer a lot of generational trauma. That your parents suffered because their parents were a piece of crap, or because the country was shit or poor, or the times were hard, and that's just how children were raised, and they, whether consciously or unconsciously, because of their traumas, and it really fucking affects one's personality and behavior. Like, it really does. And hard part about it, the sad part, is that a lot of people don't notice, because mental health is taboo in like 99% of the world, and is not as understood yet as physical health. Hell, not even physical health is like super understood. There's like literally hundreds of diseases that I don't have a cure, let alone the brain and the mental health and the hormonal system and all that crap. And I was thinking how fucking unfair it is for someone to suffer from generational abuse or like trauma from their parents when they didn't do anything about it, and effectively have their pretty much whole fucking life changed almost irreparably. Almost. Some things you can never remove or fix, and they're just forever with you, which fucking sucks. It's so depressing. But if you work really hard, which most people don't, that's why I'm saying almost irreparably. If you work really hard, you can move past all these things and have like a good life. But it's hard. You'll still always have that deep down somewhere baggage with you. Those memories, they won't like literally be deleted from your brain unless you opt for some sort of bullshit hypnosis thing. Anyway, and I was thinking how unfair that is for you to have your life changed and suffer from that, and maybe even fucking the quality of your life or the dreams, the quality of your life diminished, or your dreams maybe unreachable because of a mental illness you develop from all that generational trauma bullshit. And then, you know, you actually become a good parent and raise your kid without that. Do everything you can and actually raise a decent, if not good kid, and that kid, you know, is happy and has a good life, but you don't. Like, I get it, you know, but you did a great thing, a huge step and a great thing by not doing that to your kid. You broke the fucking toxic cycle. But what about my life, bro? What about my life? You know what I mean? Like, what about my life? I don't want to be egoist here, but I only have one life. And I don't have any friends. Any true friends or fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't matter. It's around 30 anyway. I gotta be my biggest fan always. You know? I always gotta be my biggest fan because nobody else will. Always gotta try. I say try because it's hard to do sometimes. To support myself, to believe in myself. And it's so fucking fucked up that a lot of the times I would actually have like really good skill, or like actually, you know, I would say that I'm more out of shape than I actually am. And when I look in the mirror in the light, actually, you know, I'm pretty in shape and stuff like that. It's like, if I would have had that boost of confidence, if I would have actually acknowledged, which I do sometimes, it's not always bleak, but like I gotta do it more. I would have maybe, you know, not burnt out so soon, or like feel more motivated, have kept going for longer, thus making me even better, thus making me even happier. And I'm sitting here and thinking how fucking unfair it is for that kid of mine to be happier. And I'm happy for them. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is a great thing, but like, why should I suffer but others not? You know what I mean? Like, that's what keeps the fucking generational cycle going. But I don't want to. I don't want to do that because I'm not a piece of shit in that regard, at least. You know? Just food for thought. I think it diminishes from generation to generation. I think that's also maybe partly a good thing, but still, like, it was more harsh for your parents, for their parents, even harsher. And for you still, like, there's, you know, some problems in there, but you mostly had, like, a good childhood. I'm just trying to think of scenarios here that might occur. I'm not necessarily speaking about my own experience, just FYI for the record. Even though I might have used, like, you know, first person there to refer to myself. It was just easier for the discussion. Although I'm not, again, I'm not saying I'm not referring to myself at all, just not in everything that I said necessarily. But whatever, take from that what you will. Let's move on to more lighter topics. Or just take another silence break. That's also something I can do. It's like 10 p.m. I don't know for how much longer I can keep going. Because of my schedule, not because I don't want to. I think... What time is it? I think I may just do one more day after this one and I'll stop. We made good progress. We should finish it next time. Maybe. If I stream for like 4 or 5 hours, we should finish it next time. Let's see, any messages? Yeah, but no. Anything on Twitch? It would be kind of ironic, although some people do that. Watch some other streamers live stream. I might stream myself. We still have about 3 hours in game. Let's see. Let's do some promotion here, even though it really isn't. It really isn't. It's like somebody, it's like some indie artist who just started out shouting out like, I don't know, Eminem or something. It really isn't, you know. You know. Let's see, it's Starve is live with like 6,000 viewers, of course. It's streaming Dead by Daylight. Actually, with this occasion, you'll hear some of the people I follow. By the way, just the fact that I follow somebody on Twitch doesn't mean like I'm an actually big fan of them or I watch their all of their live streams. I'm just subbed in case they stream something I like, but most often than not, I'll just watch YouTube. But if I feel like watching a live stream, I'll just watch somebody like with fewer viewers, unless it's like Lucas or something, aka Bob with Soup, because I really like that guy. Like he is he and Dark Viper, but Jesus Christ, he and Dark Viper AU. But Dark Viper AU kind of changed in the last few years, especially in the last year. So I don't really watch him that much anymore. The only thing I watch from him at the moment is, I used to watch his Ramble podcast a lot, and I enjoyed it, but he kind of changed his format. He canceled it at some point, and I kind of like, nah. He changed the thumbnails around. He made them like really bad, and I kind of stopped watching his content, which is a shame because at some point I used to really enjoy his stuff. I started watching him for speedrunning and for how to speedrun ended series. And like late 2018, early 2019 is when I started watching him. And I watched his full playthrough of GTA 4, that as well. I enjoyed that one. But yeah, anyway, who's live? Lobos Jr. He's a Souls game streamer, although he does do variety at times. He's playing Path of Exile too. Well, and that dude who I almost never watch, but I used to enjoy his Rust videos like a few years ago. Of course, he's playing Rust. Let's see, really longathon. It's a speedrunning channel, Twitch channel with like long speedruns. Like I would say about 5-6 hour plus. Dark Viper is live, but I think he's just re-streaming old videos or live streams right now. Yep. It's okay, and lower than this is there are not as well-known streamers, but still there's like okay, they're having 223 viewers. Okay, usually they don't have that many. Interesting. It's a Japanese streamer. I also watch some Japanese streamers to practice my Japanese with them, or at least my comprehension and typing skills. Their name is like Zumoto3. They're doing art. They usually do art. I don't know if it's a gay dude or like a transvestite or whatever. They're using like a cat VTuber, like a bunny VTuber, but not as in like human-like. It's just an actual, you know, animated cute bunny sort of thing, or cat or whatever they're using. Well, like they have a voice changer, and it sounds like a dude with a female voice changer. I don't know what their deal is, but I enjoyed the chill atmosphere at times on their live stream. I don't watch them often though. Actually, I don't watch them. I watch them rarely even. I don't watch Twitch that much because, well, because usually if I want to see something, or when I want to see it, it's I want to see something when I want to see it, not when it's available. And it's often what I want to see is often not available when I want to watch Twitch, so that's why I don't end up watching Twitch that much. And I watch it mostly just to feel like I'm hanging out with somebody, you know what I mean? Anyway, below that is Scott Jund, a stand-up guy. I don't mean like the comedy stuff, like I mean like he's a chill guy, he's a cool guy. He usually streams Dead by Daylight, but apparently, well, not apparently, it's true, but get this, he actually started his channel with Souls-like videos. Actually, I don't even know if Souls, like just Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3, and when Elden Ring came out, he did a lot of videos on that. But most people just know him for Dead by Daylight because he does a lot of that stuff. If you're in the community, you know of him. Below that is English Ben. He's a cool guy as well. What is he? He's Grand Theft Auto Vice City GTU. Is that games something? I don't know. He's speedrunning apparently. I should pay attention to the screen more because I keep missing those fish. I need to get as many as possible that spawn just as I'm about to hit the bank. Okay, and then there's like dude, he has 187. Okay, because he's streaming Resident Evil 4. That's his main game. He's a nice dude. He's somewhere from Europe, based on his accent. I don't know exactly where he's from, but he usually speedruns like Resident Evil 4. But also he's kind of a variety streamer. I recommend him. He's a chill dude. His name is, I don't know how to pronounce that. Pharaoh Zero. It's spelled Pheaero 0. Aw, that was he was too far away. Below that is Running Man. I mean, you can look them up. I'm not gonna promote other Twitch channels that are live right now. I mean, I know, like, nobody's here. If there are, they're lurking. But I have nothing to talk about. I mean, I do. It's just that they're not gonna be particularly super entertaining discussion topics. Well, at least some of them. Some of them I think were actually pretty nice. Okay, and then there's a bunch of other Japanese YouTubers, and there's one Portuguese farm where there's like a 20. I don't know if it's 24/7. I think it is live stream of exactly what it it says on the channel name of a Portuguese farm. Then there's like the voice actor and motion cap for Quiet for MGS5 TPP. What an abbreviation. She is doing some MGS5, and then there's another art or something. Actually, no, they're playing something else. They're playing Galaxy Burger, a Japanese YouTuber, and that's all the people that I'm following that are live right now. I mostly hum like this when I'm bored. Or nothing particularly interesting to say. I might get fewer fish because I focused my attention more on the phone than on the fishing, but can you blame me at this point? A 1,000 fish is way too much. They should have stopped at 500. If I were them, I would have been like 100,000 tokens, not fucking 500,000. 500 fish. I would actually have put like 250 fish. Most people are unlikely to even get 100 in like one playthrough, because most people won't do all the side stuff, especially the we're talking about the even all the side stuff, but especially the fishing ones because they're annoying, and the one in Yao is kind of hidden. It has a short time thingy expiry until it's not available anymore. Time frame.
やめておこ
Okay, and that's it for today. I'll do one more day. At this point, I don't care how many fish I got. Do I hear Shenmue in the background? So it should always be around 30. Give or take. 30, 29, 31, 30, 32, 33, 34. Maybe even 5. I don't think I've had more than 35.
こんなに釣れたのか。大した腕前だ。
う。いや、それほどでも。
Okay. Now we gotta go back. Sleep, and I'll do one more day. We should be at about, I don't know. I want to say 400 at this point. Fish. How? I guess I had a reflex. How did I end up here? Anyway, We should be at about 400 fish by now. So double that, and we still need 200 more, which is fine because we get that from like 2 days. But yeah, 400 is, so we get about 120 per day, which is nice. No, sorry, we get about 60 per day. It would have been really nice. About 60 per day, 120 for 2 days. So that means that 400 is 60 times 5, that's 300. Times 6, that's 360. Times 7. So 7. 7 days. 7 more days plus 2 days, that's 9 more days roughly. 9 more days. So I think we did about 7 days, 6 to 7 days in this session, and that took us about 4 hours. So yeah, it's about 8 hours. 8 hours of just fishing. I'll do one more day. I think we're about to be like, if we hit 400 right now without the fish I had before, then with the fish I had before, we should be at about 400, and let's say about 400. I want to say between 40 and 50, and with the 60 we'll get from today, we'll be at 500. If not, we'll be at about 400 and I don't know, 80, 90, or maybe even 60. I don't know. That's the problem. Like, I can't look at a stat and motivate myself. I see, okay, only this much more, or be like, ah, bro, at least know how to pace myself.
いらっしゃい。よし。さあ。
これを。
はい。たくさん。
Now I think my brain needs a break. Now I think. It's really frustrating though, because you don't, like, I want to see 100% all across. I want to have, like, I will get the platinum, but I want to, you know, whatever. The other ones, as I've said, the other ones I've not are not 100% yet, which I've been wanting to. But if I ever come back to this game to do the DLC that I paid for twice, by the way, I talked about it in one of the videos from my original playthrough of Shenmue 3, or rather first playthrough, because original sounds like I did it like a bunch of time ago. No, I just finished my original playthrough like a week ago. I'm tempted to search to look up how long a day is in Shenmue 3. But if very roughly about 7 days are 4 hours, then how much is 1 day? 7 divided by 4. It doesn't divide equally. Or 4 divided by 7. Would have been if there were 8 hours, or like 8 days. Bless me. So let's say 1 day is 25 minutes in real life. And then that would mean that 5 days would be 1 hour. Ooh, 5,000 grams. 1 hour would be no, okay, if 1 day is 25 minutes, then 2 days are, come on bro, bite. 2 days are 50. Uh, 3 days are 65. No, 75. And then 100 minutes for 4 days, which is an hour and 40 minutes? Yeah. An hour and 40 minutes. So that's for 4 days. That doesn't add up because 4 more would be 2 hours. And 40 plus another 40, that would be 3 hours and 20. So it's about 30 minutes. One whole day is about 30 minutes. Well, actually, it's more than that because I'm going to sleep at 5 p.m. Ah, whatever. I have to calculate. I don't even know how to calculate that. I have to measure myself. I could say 1 day of fishing, but that wouldn't be 1 full day in Shenmue 3. Come on. No. Okay, I have a feeling. I was gonna say we'll get a bite, but no. It happens. It's like RNG. There's a lot of RNG in Shenmue. Especially in Shenmue 3. Come on, bro. 3 times in a row? Bro, come on. Don't be like that. What is this madness? Okay. I was gonna say. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours to fish. I hate it when that happens. Come on, come on. Sometimes it's better to wait a little bit and actually get the fish than to cast again. You know, sometimes I feel like I can say almost anything I want. Not really. I never feel like I can say anything I want, but almost anything I want. On these live streams or VODs that are like hours long. Even, well, shorter videos, I guess not as much. But even then. Because nobody will watch them anyway, so like, I might as well just express myself. But then I think about the fact that some people may do watch them, but I don't think literally anybody ever has watched. And if they did, then I appreciate you a lot, especially if you're watching this and you're hearing this. Leave a comment below telling me that, and I'll heart it. But I don't think anybody ever has literally watched like one of my videos from start to finish and actually paid attention and watched them. Like one of the longer ones. Even the shorter ones, apparently, bro, I have 3 shorts on my channel. I used to have 4, but I deleted one because I didn't like it anymore. I tried shorts to see, maybe I'll, you know, I lure more people to my channel that way. Not really. YouTube promotes, I think YouTube promotes your first short. It does, and it's also easier to get views for shorts. So for my first short ever, which was a clip of me playing Ghost of Tsushima, I wasn't even using a mic, I wasn't even live streaming or recording. I just saved that clip. It's the first warlord, the first Mongol warlord I fought in a duel. And I really liked the showdown scene in the beginning, you know, slowly unsheathing the sword. And I posted that, I edited it into a short and I posted it. And then I think it got 280 views in about 2 days. The thing is though, at least for me, after a short comes out, and this is true for longer form videos in my case, and maybe like for bigger channels, not really, but for shorts, most of the views that come to a video, regardless of the format, short or long form. But this one is especially true. I've noticed, at least in my case, which might not be the best example since, you know, I barely have any data since there's barely any people watching. But most of the views for a video come in, I would say, about the first 24 to 48 hours. That's when most views on a video come from. That's where most videos come from, and that's when the most videos occur. And yeah, if you have... That's why I see a lot of YouTubers complaining about their videos being DMCA'd or whatnot, or age restricted, because By the way, age restricted or DMCA in a bullshit way, especially, but in general, because that's when you make, if you are monetized, which I am not monetized, that is when you make the most money from the video. Obviously, because that's where you get the most views. Now, I've seen a lot of YouTubers, well, maybe not a lot, but definitely a substantial enough punch. Some of which were pretty big YouTubers, so I'm guessing they may know what you're talking about, you know. Say that subscribers don't count either at all, which I disagree, or not as much, which I agree with that, as they used to, because of the new meta on social media, not just YouTube. You know, algorithm milk the most fucking exposure and eyeball retention and the recommendations, all that stuff. The competition is very fierce. It is very fierce right now. And you know, deep down, not deep down, no, even on the surface level, I acknowledge the fact that what I'm putting on my channel, I'm never gonna grow. Like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour videos unedited of VODs, just me playing the game. Right, I've seen people with like, I've seen people with like 100 times the subscribers that I have. No, 1,000 times, because I have 20 subscribers on YouTube. Get like barely 1,000 views on some of these videos, and they're even a bit shorter, like 3 hours or something like that. Obviously, these are people who already built a community, that's why, but still. And I'm getting about, I'm not even getting any views. I think most of the views on my videos are for me, just checking if the video exported right and checking the quality on the video. The video quality, you know, like 1080p, not how good the video is. Not in that sense. And just checking the title already, and like in my analytics tab, it says that about 40% of my views, or if not 50 or more, come from. It shows you what platform, and most of them come from YouTube Studio, which means they're my views, checking to see if everything is alright with the video. Or like watching, rewatching the video in the YouTube analytics thingy, or like YouTube Studio, to pick a thumbnail from the video. Ironically enough, my two most viewed videos, one sitting at about 1,000 views and the other sitting at about 2,000, almost 3,000 views, are two re-uploads. One is my first ever public video, because I have older ones that I never published to YouTube because I didn't want to. Very few though. One of them is the first one that I've had this channel for like, I think 10 years now. The YouTube channel, now the Twitch one. I made a Twitch in like, I want to say 2017, 16-ish, maybe 15. But yeah, I had Mixer before. I was streaming on Mixer because it was easier on Xbox. But anyway, my first one is a re-upload of a rip of a VHS tape from like the late 80s or like early 90s of a kata, or a form from a martial arts that I was practicing called Ashihara Karate. Of a form that I wanted to learn, and I actually liked how it looked. I could find it on YouTube, but I wanted to have quick access to it, and I don't know, I thought, well, I might as well just upload something, see how it goes. I never did. I've always wanted to. I never had a PC or a capture card. I would have really loved to have uploaded stuff as a kid, my gameplay on the internet, but whatever. And so I uploaded that, and it helps people, you know.
これはすごいね。大
I
量
don't
じゃ
have
な
any
いか。
comments to it. The only two comments that I have publicly on my channel are to that 2003, almost 3000 video, which is another re-upload, which is copyrighted as well. I mean, both of them are copyrighted, technically. It's the Japanese intro of Dead Souls. Now, I don't know what I'm gonna do if I ever get my channel monetized. I'm trying to, but I'm probably never gonna do it with the content I'm uploading right now, and I know that, you know. And what hurts me the most is that I know I'm not gonna succeed with what I'm doing, but I can't do anything better because I don't have a PC or a capture card to record other stuff, or not only be limited to live stream VOD format, and actually be able to edit and make like maybe an essay video or a tier list or something.
さ
And I can't just wait for that to happen. Like, I'm trying to, maybe, I don't know. I want it to happen, let's just put it that way. And I want to try to make it happen to get these things. Like I've talked in the beginning of this episode / live. But I can't just sit around and twiddle my thumbs until that happens. I have the overwhelming feeling of just sharing something with the world and creating something in the meantime, and that's the only way I can do it. I know it's not helping me, but I'd rather do something that nobody will watch and that won't really help me with anything, rather than do nothing at all. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel. I know that in today's climate, it's not like YouTube in 2011 or 2012, 13 anymore, where Let's Plays reigned supreme and discoverability was way bigger than it is today, because literally there's like so many people uploading on YouTube. And most of the views just go to like 10% of the videos on YouTube. Like 95% of... okay, this is... There's actually statistics, like I think a firm or company or something did a research, and you can see the actual data, but just from logic and intuition and from what I remember, a very rough estimate, so don't quote me on it, is that about 95% of views on YouTube go to like 10% of channels. That still means like hundreds of thousands, if not like a couple of million. But yeah, there are so many videos on YouTube. A lot of them are unlisted or private, and a lot of people just use YouTube as, you know, storage, as basically server storage, like I do, because I don't have a choice for now. To store like literally hundreds of gigabytes worth of videos, because it's free. If you either don't have the money or the means to buy like a hub, like, you know, 10, 15 terabyte HDDs to store your videos on. And even then, like, if you want to store literally every live stream that you do, especially with the fact that if you're not an affiliate or a partner with Twitch, your VODs get deleted in like a week, as opposed to like 30 days, as it used to be before. I don't know if it ever was that for non-partners, but I know for partners it is around 30 days. It says the VOD sits for a month. And you can turn it into a video, I think, but I'm not sure you can do that from the mobile app, which I do. Again, I do have a PC, but literally my phone is way more powerful than my so-called laptop PC. Okay, we're 10:42. Didn't want to get to 11 p.m., but whatever. We're gonna finish this, and I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna end the live stream. I'm gonna finish at 11 p.m. Exactly what I wanted to avoid. Exactly what I wanted to avoid. Well, whatever. We have about 1, 2, 3 more hours until we're done with this session as well, and then I'll end the live stream. Ah, happened again. Sometimes they spawn in too late and I can't stop it. I'm too close to the bank. Like then, for example. I also can't see how close I am to the bank until it's about too late. So yeah. What do you mean if I caught all the fish? I'm trying to get the last achievement and then the platinum for the main game at least. Catching 1,000 fish. I'm not exactly sure how many fish I'm in. About, I would roughly say about. Okay, bro, you're a troll. I'm gonna ban you. You're a troll, bro. Get out of here. You keep coming and doing the same shit over and over again. It's not funny, man. You're like clearly lying. You're not contributing to anything. You're not even funny. Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? I have no idea. I forgot. Anyway, yeah, so we have about 2 more hours. I've said this before, but it would have been better if they would have made an achievement for getting or all the fish types rather than getting 1,000 fish. That would have been better. I don't know why they decided to go with literally the most tedious, time-consuming, mind-numbingly stupid achievements for this game. It's like the total opposite for the first two games in the HD version, because obviously the original was the nav achievements. They went for like the most easy achievements that you will naturally get as you play, except for like a few ones. Like I think there's like even if you don't want to do any of the side stuff, you'll still get about 80% achievements for both games as you're playing. Um, but yeah. But if you don't do any of the side stuff, you'll still get like if you do some of the side stuff, you'll get like most of the achievements on one playthrough. It's super easy. It's not like one of those games. There was one game. What was it? It was notorious for achievement hunters. It was called Avatar: The Burning Earth. I've played it before. It's a Avatar game, but it's not a good one. It's made mostly for a cash grab and for kids. Unfortunately, it's not nowhere near as good as the actual cartoon slash animation is. And you can get like it was notorious for being able to get I think 1,000 gamer score in like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that. When I bought it, I didn't even know. I thought it was gonna be like a good game, but no, that wasn't it. That being said, there are good Avatar games. There are a bunch of Avatar games. But you want to know like what the most ironic thing is? The most ironic thing is um, the most ironic thing is that the best Avatar game, in my opinion, and almost objectively, is an Avatar Korra game. Not like the best game is for the less popular Avatar show. It's still a good show. I didn't really like the ending that much, but whatever. Didn't bother reading the comics. I started to read Turf Wars, but didn't like the direction the comics were taking, so I just kind of dropped it. So so I just kind of dropped it. But the best Korra game, or rather the best, well, yeah, the best Korra game as well. The best Avatar game is one that you cannot play anymore legally because of Activision. It's one developed by Platinum Games, so you know it's gonna be good, and at least, you know, if the publisher doesn't fudge it up, doesn't screw it up. It's a really cool beat 'em up fighting game, action game. You can do combos, you can switch on the fly between elements. There's like really big techniques you can do on bosses. There are like what you call them? They're like those running segments while you're riding Naga. Something like similar to like Subway Surfer or like Temple Run. I don't know how else to describe it. The game is cool. The story is nice. I think the story follows the first book. Yeah, the first book, because Korra started. She started the show with mastering all elements except for air, but you do get to use air as well. The game follows. Well, it skips a bit. Like it makes up its own story. Actually, I'm not sure. I think you do go. There's like a point in the game where you do go up to the tree of harmonic convergence. So it's a bit of a mishmash with the timeline, but it's really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Unfortunately, I had to sail the high seas to be able to play it. If you don't have, I don't even know if it was released on PC. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was. Though the reason why you can't really buy it legally anymore is because the game was delisted and it was digital only and never got a physical copy. Thankfully, it was backed up, and if you look on a certain thread online, or if, I don't know, you want to pay like $500 for a Steam key or something like that. If you have a jailbroken Xbox 360, I don't know if it released on PS3. I know it was on 360, that's where I played it, because I have a jailbroken 360. But yeah, if you have a jailbroken in the consoles, it was on, because obviously I know for a fact it's on 360, it was at least on one console on 7th generation. I think it released on Xbox One and PS4 as well, like an actual version, not port, like no, through backwards compatibility. Well, PS4 doesn't even have that in the first place. Okay, I think this is our last fish, or maybe a few more. You can. Okay, I was right. You can jailbreak your PS4 and maybe play that. Although I don't know where you would be able to find the ROM for that. Let's see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, we're doing good. Doesn't matter. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5? Maybe I counted one too many. Yeah, about 34, 35. So we're making about 70 actually per day. Close to 70. We're making close to 70 per day, which is good. So this stream, I think we caught about half. We should be around 400, 500. 400, I don't know, 80, 500 fish caught. That's good. That means that we're gonna finish it in the next stream. No, not this way. Okay. But yeah, it's a shame when this happens, really, like, at least it didn't disappear from your library and it's fully playable in single player. Because it's a single player only game, unlike, you know, how Ubisoft does things, even though the crew can perfectly be played in single player. I did that myself. I wanted to come back and play that game actually quite recently, like in last year. And I was planning to do that, you know, around this time, sometime. And when I heard that, I was like, bro, no fucking way. Fuck Ubisoft. But anyway, the game was digital only. It was called Avatar: The Legend of Korra. I think that's was the name. It was the same as the anime, I want to say, but yeah, a Western anime. So if you want to play it, you gotta sail the high seas because it's literally not available for sale digitally. It was delisted from everywhere, and it did not receive a physical copy. And even if it did, do you think you would be paying Activision or Platinum Games or like go Jim Bob on eBay if you bought that game from eBay. I hate those like righteous than thou people online. They're like, bro, what the fuck? Why are you insinuating I should download a ROM? It's piracy, bro. Fuck no, it's not piracy. Do you think you're paying Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft any freaking money by buying that used copy from Jim Bob from Craigslist or eBay? No, you're not, especially with the bloated price. It might even be like a fair market price, but like compared to like 10 years ago, it's like fucking 5 times more expensive. And on top of that, a lot of them are gouged as well. Beyond that, like, bro, if I wanted to get Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3, the Japanese versions for PS2 like 10 years ago, I would have paid like $50 for all 3 of them. And I paid the cheapest I can get them. I was able to get them. Maybe from Japan you can get them cheaper. But the cheapest I was able to get them like last year was for about $90. $110 with shipping and taxes. Yes, I want to override the data. But anyway, guys, thank you for hanging around. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming to the stream. And I'll be ending it here for today. Hopefully in the next one we manage to get the platinum, and then I'll take a good break from Shenmue. In general, in a really big break from Shenmue 3, unfortunately I won't be able to get the other DLC achievements. The remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 more achievements remaining for the DLCs. 1 for the Big Mary Cruise and the rest for the rally. But let's just. I know I saved, but like I want to save again. I know I saved, but like, nah, I'm not doing that again. I want to be extra sure. Anyway, this is a nice song to play in the background while I'm doing a live stream. And thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And I wish you, whoever you are, wherever you are, I wish you a nice, happy, healthy, productive, and everything and anything else you want or you wish for day and or night. And with that being said, I will see you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. Peace and